It's
yeah.
okay. It's
Yes.
okay.
Good,
Thank
good,
you.
good.
Yeah.
So that issue is resolved. So shall we start our proceedings?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we have got most of the people now, about 22 people already. Well, good morning and welcome everybody. It is our pleasure to host this program. This is the second activity, major activity of the South Asian Meteorological Association. The earlier activity that we had was the Ozone Day celebration, and this is the second activity on Monsoon 2020 versus the SASCOF forecast outlooks. We would like to, of course, welcome all the AC members of SAMA, all the honorable speakers, Dr. Rathore Sahab, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Mohammad Riyaz Sahab, and all the advisory committee members. We are missing today Dr. Tyagi Sahab because he is not well and he has some health issues. So he said that you go ahead and then manage the program yourself. So as per the meeting program, we would like to first of all invite just a minute, the program. Just trying to see the program. I'm sorry, I was just trying to open the program file agenda. Okay, so to start the program, I would like to request Dr. Mahapatra, DG IMD, to deliver the inaugural keynote address. Dr. Mahapatra, please.
Good morning, namaskar. Dr. Rathore Sahab, Professor Sunil Das, distinguished speakers from South Asia, organizers of this seminar, South Asian Meteorological Association, Indian Meteorological Society, India Meteorological Department, distinguished participants from South Asian region, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I extend my heartiest congratulations to South Asian Meteorological Association, which has just come off with great ideas and a lot of ambitious activities within a very short period of time. I'm also happy to note that we are able to support the South Asian Meteorological Association from the platform of Indian Meteorological Society and also from India Meteorological Department. The two major events which have been organized in the recent days has been fully supported by IMD and IMS. And I hope in future, these collaborative efforts in the region can continue so that we can improve our outreach, not only to the scientific community, but also to the general public for the benefit of weather and climate services. As all of us know, the South Asian region is a region of diversity, but a region of unity. We have demonstrated our unity as far as science and technology is concerned, and especially as far as weather and climate is concerned. Maybe it is because of the fact that South Asian region is confronted with various types of natural disasters. And among these natural disasters, more than 80% are related with weather and climate. When you consider the physiographic nature of this region, you will find that it is dominated by the Himalayas and also by the Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea. In addition to that, we have got a number of hill ranges, including Myanmar Hills, Western Eastern Ghats in India, and many more. At the same time, we have got the regions which are confronted with deserts, both in India and Pakistan. So as a result, there is no such natural hazard in the world which is not experienced in the South Asian region. So we have got the rainfall related hazards like floods and droughts. And also we have got the cloudbursts, storms, also heat waves and cold waves. But if I consider the number of losses of lives and properties in the region, this region also carried a notorious record. As a member of the WMO committee for assessing the worst weather and climate events associated with the mortality, we found that South Asian region counted for 3 such hazards where the maximum deaths has been recorded over this region. One was the cyclone, 1970 Ebola cyclone. I think all of us remember that. More than 300,000 deaths have been recorded. So this is the worst cyclone in terms of number of deaths in the world. The second one is the lightning. Again, Bangladesh experienced the maximum number of lightning deaths in one lightning strike, apart from another region in East Africa. The third one is the hailstorm. Uttar Pradesh, Moradabad recorded the number of deaths maximum due to one single hailstorm event. So I just wanted to highlight this point to say that this region faces a huge task to manage the weather and climate related hazards. Apart from that, if you look at the socio-economic activity of this region, it is mainly associated with monsoon. South Asia is one of the most important regions which is associated with monsoon. Monsoon is life. Monsoon determines our gross domestic product. Monsoon determines our economic growth. So therefore, from very ancient ages, people have tried to monitor and predict the monsoon. But however, in modern technical era or scientific era, more than 100 years in the past, we have tried continuously to find out the ways and means to monitor the monsoon circulations and end product as rainfall in a better manner, and also provide the forecast in different scales. And as all of us know, we have come a long way to provide a seamless prediction of monsoon over this region. Various national meteorological and hydrological agencies in this area have come up with specific strategies to introduce various scales of monitoring and also the predictions. To support this exercise, to support this augmentation of our exercise so as to provide the better services towards monsoon, there has been many mechanisms for exchange of data, exchange of informations, exchange of weather forecast, exchange of model products among the member countries. And also there has been some kind of approach to build the capacity. When I say the building of capacity of the South Asian member countries, it starts with building the capacity with respect to the observations, the infrastructure. As I was telling that this region is confronted with the varied physiography. And hence, we have got the challenge to have the ground truth with the establishment of the surface observations. So this region is more dependent upon the remotely sensed observations, especially the satellites. The satellite launched by India Meteorological Department comes very handy, as all the products of the satellites are available in open access in the website, and they are easily shared with all the member countries. At the same time, if you look at the spatial and temporal dimension of the various types of severe weather, there has been need for more high resolution observations through the augmentation of automated weather stations and automated rain gauges and the radar. And many of the countries in South Asia also try to augment the weather radar observations. As we have around 20 radar observations now, Bangladesh has also come off a long way, and other countries have also come off a long way to establish some kind of network of the weather radars. I hope in coming years, the entire South Asia will be covered by the weather radar, so that we can have very specific informations about the severe weather events associated with monsoon and other hazards. Similarly, if you just look at the forecast part, there has been a very significant development from India Meteorological Department as a regional specialized meteorological center, RSMC, to provide the model guidance. The region of RSMC covers the entire, not only South Asia, but also Southeast Asia and the Middle East. It extends from 40° east to 140° east, and it extends up to 45° north. So therefore, the entire region and its boundary or its neighborhood is covered to provide the specific information required for the region. IMD represents as a regional center under the WMO scenario to provide the model guidance, not only for this region, but also for the entire globe. But specific approach is adopted by India Meteorological Department to provide the specific information for the South Asian countries. So in this regard, we have taken up the program for severe weather forecast over the region in collaboration with WMO and all the member countries. And through that, we are providing the guidance apart from the numerical models about the severe weather, like thunderstorms, heavy rains, waves. And as all of us know, for cyclone, there is another regional specialized meteorological center to provide the guidance over this North Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, and Arabian Sea. Apart from this weather forecasting, the climate forecast also has improved with the global framework for climate services, and similarly regional framework for climate services and national framework for climate services. The South Asian region has been considered a special region to be provided with all types of climate monitoring informations and climate forecast informations. India Meteorological Department has been recognized as a regional climate center, like others in the globe, to provide the forecast and guidance and also the capacity building in this region. We, every year, in collaboration with all the member countries, provide the South Asia Climate Outlook Forum. Basically, it deals with the temperatures and rainfalls based on highly sophisticated dynamical model climate forecast system developed by Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and operationally adopted by India Meteorological Department. So every month, the updated forecast is available in the website, and it is provided on a seasonal basis also for the different parts of the South Asian region. So there is a special talk, and Dr. Pai will be discussing about it. But I want to highlight that there has been the capacity building in the region by the provision of the modeling infrastructure, by the provision of the observational infrastructure. Now the next step comes by improving our capacity to interpret the observations and the modeling support. In this regard, there has been continuous effort to organize the training programs for various South Asian member countries under the auspices of RCC, under the auspices of RSMC. And also there has been some kind of bilateral arrangements between the countries. It has really helped not only in exchanging the information, exchanging in capacity and knowledge, experience and expertise among the member countries. It has also helped to establish a bonding. We have a very good relationship now among all the countries, which helps in developing the interpersonal relationship among the scientists working in the field, and hence to check out the various programs and activities in this region. If you look at the problem of monsoon, you will find that every monsoon is unique. Every year you will have a new monsoon scenario. It will have its own characteristic intra-seasonal variations, leading to again the interannual variations. As we understand so far, the large-scale variations in the activity of monsoon in this region results in seasonally excess, that is flood years, and seasonally deficient, that is drought years. So just before the beginning of this session, there was a talk by Dr. Rajivan in Indian Institute of Academic Sciences special talk. And he quoted a study by Gadgil and Gadgil in 2006. And all of us know this study, but I will just reiterate here. The study shows that the food production depends largely on the activity of monsoon, and hence the economy. And if you consider this impact of excess rainfall and deficient rainfall, the impact of deficient rainfall is more than the excess rainfall. So therefore, there is a need and expectation by the government and the disaster managers that we should have some kind of idea or some kind of guess or forecast about the seasonal performance of the ensuing monsoon. So therefore, SASCOF, under the auspices of SASCOF, we go on providing the information for the entire region about the expected performance. Basically, it is taken care considering the coupled system of ocean and atmosphere, and many parameters which are adjusted from various dynamical processes in the models. But at the same time, even if you have got a deficient year or you have got an excess year, you can have the dry spells and wet spells leading to intra-seasonal variations and hence problems to various sectors. So therefore, the seasonal forecast is helped further by providing the extended range forecast. And all of us know the extended range forecast is available now for the entire region, and it's being provided again as a collaborative effort by Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology and India Meteorological Department. It started with a very humble beginning in 2012, and it has come up a long way now to provide the forecast up to next 4 weeks with reasonable accuracy up to 2 weeks. And this extended range forecast is nowadays being provided to help monitor the wet spells and dry spells in the monsoon, and also to help monitor the excess and deficient rainfall and the hazards associated during the monsoon. So To again further have a seamless forecast after the extended range guidance, we look at the medium range forecast. So we have come up a long way. If you look at past 10 years, the resolution of the global model being run by India has improved from about 55 kilometers to about 12 kilometers. So there has been a quantum jump. So it has been possible because of the active coordination within the Ministry of Earth Sciences, partnership with various international organizations, and active research carried out by the scientists in the Ministry of Earth Sciences. But the good thing is that it has benefited a lot. It has led to improvement in accuracy. It has led to improvement in lead period. For example, we have come up to a standard where we can provide the forecast of 5 days more reasonably as compared to 1 day 10 years back. But as you know, during even the forecast of 1 day, 2 day, and 3 day, or up to 10 days, you can have small scale variations in this region, South Asia, especially in terms of the cloud burst, etc. So for this purpose, there is a need for this region to augment the nowcasting. So we have started nowcasting. Other regions also started nowcasting. So that nowcasting can take care of very short scale of rainfall, which especially we call it here as cloud burst when it exceeds 10 centimeters per hour. But sometimes in a city, say for example Islamabad or Kathmandu or Delhi or Dhaka, even if there is a rainfall of 5 centimeters, it can cause the disruptions in our day-to-day activities. So therefore, the need of ours was to develop some kind of system which can provide a guidance for this very short span of rainfall activity, which is also the cause of loss of life and property. So one of the immediate approach was to have the observations continuously through the radar and automated stations, etc., and provide guidance through the method of extrapolation for a few hours, say for example 1 to 3 hours, and that is nowcasting. Another approach which has been taken off during South Asian region is the flash flood guidance. Dr. Rathore Sahab is here. Actually, during his period only, we went on collaborating with World Meteorological Organizations, and we have come up now, and the system has been established, the South Asia flash flood guidance. It provides the guidance for occurrence of rainfall up to next 12 hours over the different watersheds of the region. So South Asia flash flood guidance system has been established at 2 places. One is at Delhi, other one is at Islamabad. Delhi center has been inaugurated and is fully operational now. It is being providing the guidance to India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. We are providing guidance 4 times a day, valid for next 12 hours. And for this purpose also, a capacity building exercise has been carried out by providing the training. And also a standard operation procedure mechanism has been developed among the countries. So all these have been possible, starting from nowcast, very short range forecast, to medium range forecast, then extended range forecast, and seasonal forecast, which is benefiting the entire region because of the active coordination and cooperation among the member countries. So on this occasion, I thank all the esteemed members of South Asia, which has resulted this success story for this region. But still, I will say there are scope to improve further. It is just a very beginning for the South Asia flash flood guidance. We have to go further to evaluate, to improve the accuracy, lead period, not only for South Asia flash flood, but also for other hazardous situations arising out of the monsoon, like urban flooding, or like some other activities like lightning, which causes maximum death sometimes during the monsoon season itself. And the poor vulnerable farmers in this region become the victim of this lightning during monsoon season. So we have to go a long way further. I hope the initiatives taken up by the various national meteorological and hydrological agencies will be augmented through the capacity building exercises by the associations like South Asian Meteorological Association, Indian Meteorological Society, so that we can approach all the vagaries of monsoon and meet the expectations of the public and disaster managers and the government to provide better support services to improve the socio-economic condition in this region. I thank all of you for giving an opportunity to speak on this occasion, and I wish the event to be success. Thank you.
Someshwar Das, your mic is muted.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra, for this inaugural address. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much. And as you know, the monsoon is lifeline for all of us, for the entire South Asian countries. It's very important to have accurate extended range prediction of the monsoon. And in that, the dynamical models, the ensemble forecasting plays a very important role. And I'm happy that we have a very good collaboration among all the countries through various forums like SASCOF and others, which Dr. Mahapatra has already mentioned. So thank you very much for delivering this wonderful keynote address. Our next program is by Dr. D.S. Pai. Dr. D.S. Pai is a scientist, a senior scientist in India Meteorological Department, and he has been working on extended range prediction of the monsoon for many years. I would like to request Dr. Pai to deliver his talk on SASCOF outlook for 2020 summer monsoon. In about 15 minutes time, we are going a bit slow now, but we have to somehow recover this time because the presentations are quite tightly spaced. So hope that we will still be able to finish by 1:30 or maximum by 2 o'clock. So I would like to request Dr. Pai to start his presentation. Dr. Pai.
Thank you, Dr. Someshwar Das. You are seeing my,
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. Respected Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Someshwar Das, Dr. Rathore, senior meteorologist from the region, heads of National Meteorological Services from the region, representatives from the NMHS, other scientists and meteorologists and the public, those who are viewing this webinar. I will be speaking on SASCOF outlook for the 2020 summer monsoon. My brief introduction, my outline of my presentation will be brief introduction of SASCOF, because I feel many of the people, those who are watching this webinar, maybe not very much familiar with SASCOF. So mainly for those people. And then also discuss on evolution in the methodology used for preparing regional seasonal forecast. Because the main objective of SASCOF is to prepare the regional seasonal forecast for the reference season for which we will be issuing the outlook. And then status in the implementation of objective approach for a seasonal forecast outlook. So this is the new initiative by WMO to make this forecast objective as far as possible, so that that can be reproducible and similarly can be applied into other various sectors. And SASCOF, as I am happy that WMO has selected SASCOF to implement it first, and then showcase this effort. And then I will come back. I will go to SASCOF outlook for the 2020 Southwest monsoon season, and a brief verification on that, and impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the SASCOF this year. Now coming to SASCOF, as many of you know that SASCOF effort, implementation of SASCOF was started in a meeting in 2009 at ICTP Trieste, Italy, in which WMO had invited all the heads of NMHS from the region, and it was decided to start, regional climate outlook forum for the region with an emphasis to prepare a forecast for southwest monsoon rainfall, because the season provides 70 to 90% of the rainfall over most parts of the region, and it is closely related to crop production in the region, and also the working people, maximum people, those who are working is in the agriculture and the related sectors. So during that meeting, India volunteered to take, conduct the SASCOF the first 3 years from 2010 to 2012, and was conducted in Pune. So since then, I have been with SASCOF. I have been the main, also part of a team which is organizing this SASCOF. And then in the initial up to SASCOF, you can see that up to 2015, we were only issuing forecast for the JJS season or Southwest monsoon season. But however, the success in predicting the 2014 and 15 deficient monsoon year in the region successfully actually made request from users also to generate forecast for the Northeast monsoon. And then we started in 2015 to issue forecast for OND season. And the same year, we also started to give a forecast for DJF. And as of now, you can see that after conducting first 3 in India, different other countries also actually hosted the SASCOF meeting. And from 2011, we also started training, because of the request from the members of NMHS, we started training workshops for the seasonal prediction. And then we also were having a climate user forum, climate service user forum with the different sectors like agriculture, water, health, etc. Now, this year, we had, because of COVID, most of the sessions we used to conduct physical meeting, both in April for summer monsoon and September for Northeast monsoon. And for winter season, we used to make through email only. We were preparing the SASCOF outlook. But this year, we could not conduct a physical meeting mainly because of the COVID. That was 16. So, however, in April, we had a first forecast, and because of the provision, facility of conducting SASCOF through video conferencing, we also had an update first time in the history of SASCOF, an update for outlook in the month of June. And then we also recently conducted outlook for Northeast monsoon in September. So this is just briefly. We have got 9 countries in the region. I will not go detail into that. RCC Pune is the coordinating institution, and we mainly concentrate on rainfall and temperature, and we take into account all the major forcings from the region climate like ENSO, IOD, winter and spring, Eurasian snow cover, etc. in preparing the seasonal forecast. And potential applications are for agriculture, disaster preparedness, public health, similarly energy sector, water management, etc. So we also work with these people from this sector. And coming to evolution of method used for preparing the seasonal outlook map, as I said, this was when we started in 2010. Actually, we had issued only forecast as an we did not prepare a map. We only said just a normal forecast for rainfall in the entire region. But however, after 2011, we started to prepare a map showing a probability forecast. And this consensus outlook is mainly prepared based on prevailing large-scale global climate patterns like ENSO, IOD, snow cover, etc., and seasonal forecast from both statistical and dynamical models generated by NMHS and generated during the workshop, and also obtained from various global producing centers of long-range forecast of WMO from different parts of the globe. And however, it was ensured that at least 50% of the forecast information are derived from various dynamical models. And as I said, you can see that in the map in 2011, we had only given in the region. We used to distinguish regions of tercile category, normal, above normal, below normal in yellow, like that. And then after from the 2015, we started to prepare tercile category forecast at grid point level. That is 1 by 1, 100 kilometer into 100 kilometer latitude, longitude, grid resolution at the entire region. You can see that this is from 2016. Up to 2015, it was mainly just maps showing that, and also for each for each category separately we used to give tercile categories for say what is the amount percentage probability for each category. Now, as I said, WMO had selected SASCOF to implement objective approach for a seasonal forecast. See, as per the recommended structure, objective approach, generally you have to take GCM model forecast from various regions. Nowadays, we use all coupled model forecast. And then out of that, best few models are selected based on their skill in the region. And after quality check, we selected models are then bias corrected, calibrated using observed data for the region. And then we generate using these bias corrected, calibrated, selected models into grid point regional forecast product, which we had shown earlier. And then again for regions, for the local NMHS, they can use statistical downscaling and local data, and they can generate local forecast products. Now, in order to support this activity, what IMD did was RCC, with the help of other international agencies like RIMES and UK Met Office, we collected forecast from several models. You can see all the coupled models in this list, and the data for 1982 to 2020 was provided to the representative of NMHS. So we using all these GCMs, and as you know that so far we did not had an observed rainfall data of long period over the region. So IMD RCC Pune took initiative to prepare a 1 by 1 gridded data over the region. You can see that it is a combined data of IMD data over Indian region, and then Bangladesh recently they had prepared 0.25 gridded data of rainfall, and for other region we took CHIRPS data, and for Maldives we took station data, and then using that we prepared 1 by 1 gridded data for 81 to up to now, and this data were also provided to NMHS. So we had one side several GCM models, and we had observed this data, and also statistical model forecast from separately already done from the NMHS. And this is just to show how we had selected GCM model for preparing multi-model ensemble. We prepare maps of correlation between model hindcast and observed rainfall, and this is a hindcast period we had used 82 to 2019. So based on best skill looking into the region, we selected the best models, and using best models, 5 or 6 models, using a forecasting customizing system or focus tool developed combinedly by RCC and RIMES Bangkok. We prepared MME forecast. So this is the performance of MME forecast. You can see 2 type of MME are prepared, symbol average and weighted average of MME. So using both this method, we prepared the forecast. And in addition to that, you know that many models which we use generally, they are successfully predict both the large scale mode and teleconnection response. Teleconnection response means response of El Nino or IOD or snow cover, etc., and prepare a skillful forecast over our region. So in that case, you can directly use forecast from these models. But however, there are models which did not have a good skill of rainfall forecast over our region. However, they have got a better forecast of SST or other climatic parameter from the other region. So we used a hybrid methodology to relate this climate, climate variables which could be predicted accurately by these models. And then using CPT, climate prediction tool developed by IRI, we also prepared, from the both observed data as well as the model data. We prepare forecast for within the entire region or the selected country. So using our training workshop, we used to train people last, almost 10 years. We used to have a every regularly workshop. Only this year, because of COVID, we could not conduct. And we used to train people to prepare forecast. So this is just an examples of for different region, how they prepare. And by combining this forecast generated by each countries using CPT, and within CPT there are various methods like PCR, principal component regression, CCR, and then multiple regression, etc. So different method. So there was a data were given, model output were given, observed data were given. So people had a freedom to use the best method that they want in each country. And then once the forecast, once you get from each country experts, we have to blend all this forecast to prepare the final forecast. So this is how we did a blending of all the forecast from all the other countries and various other sources. Forecast at given one by one grids over each country is prepared by the respective NMHS forecaster using either single GCM, MME of a few selected GCM, or statistical model, hybrid model, which is statistical plus GCM, or combining all such forecasts to prepare multi-model. So people had a freedom to do prepare of their own, which we had trained. And then once you get this forecast, RCC Pune takes initiative to combine all this grid point forecast from each country into regional forecast by blending all them together. Now to blend the probabilistic forecast, simple average of the predicted probability from all models were used. The forecast map was thus then obtained, is modified. After that, we used to have a long discussion for 2-3 hours within the expert from the region as well as from the global expert, and further modification were done to keep spatial continuity in the grids close to the inter-country boundaries, and to ensure forecast map reflected the expected teleconnection pattern in line with the state of the climate drivers. See, this is one example of this year how we did for April forecast. So at the center you can see that MME forecast generated from this model. So this was showing a lot of above normal rainfall over several regions, and here it is below normal, etc. And then from the different countries you can see that this is from Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, and then Maldives, Myanmar. So combining all that, we prepared the final forecast. And then we used to have a discussion. Now based on, that during this season, at the beginning of the monsoon, it was expected that weak La Nina conditions we may develop in the later part of the monsoon. And there was also possibility of neutral IOD condition and with some possibility of negative IOD conditions. So taking into account and this forecast, from all the different countries and MME, we prepared the final forecast for the April. And the summary you can see, normal rainfall is most likely during the 2020 southwest monsoon season as a whole over most parts of the region. However, above normal was in the southern part of the region. You can see the Sri Lanka, southern part of India, Maldives, and Andaman Nicobar Islands, and you can see some part of southern part of Pakistan, etc. So that was our forecast. And we also had predicted neutral ENSO conditions during most part of the monsoon season, and with a slight possibility of development of weak La Nina condition in the later part of the season. And this is how we prepared a forecast for June. Again, this is MME forecast, and by taking into account, you can see that again in several parts it was predicted above normal, but finally when we come up with the discussion and by combining all the forecasts from all the countries over most parts of the region, we were expecting normal rainfall and some part above normal rainfall. You can see that in the blue color showing above normal, and this yellow color showing below normal. And this is just to show you very quick verification. This was the forecast, grid-wise forecast, and this is observed tercile category. So I have told you earlier we had developed data, rainfall data for the region one by one. So now we have got a forecast one by one forecast, gridded forecast, and observed rainfall data also. So we divided them into category based on the rainfall, using a normal, assuming normal distribution, and tercile breakpoints of around taking into account half standard deviation from the mean data on either side as a normal. So you can see that in many parts of the region we had this green color showing above normal rainfall, and some part you can see this in yellow color is showing below normal, and many regions we also had normal. And then this shows the verification. In the verification, what we do is, if both categories are same, it is shown by green, and if there is a one category difference, then we say yellow color, then we call it as a useful forecast. If it is a green, we call it as a useful. If two category out, that is shown in red color. So you can see that in most of the region we had either green or yellow, that means correct or useful forecast. Only few region grids we had a red color or it was two category out. So that way our forecast in April, as well as you can see this is June, in the same way we have prepared. You can see in both cases forecast over most of the areas were accurate or useful. Now just to go through what we had predicted regarding the El Nino forecast. In the month of April, you can see that the Nino 3 point was 0.6, which means that it was still very close to call a warm and so neutral condition at that time, or a weak El Nino condition type of thing. But we had said that in that time, based on the model forecast and prevailing conditions, that El Nino conditions are likely to be remain ensure neutral condition over most parts of the country, most parts of the monsoon season, and then with an enhanced probability for weak La Nina condition at the end of the monsoon season. So this is the forecast from, you can see that our Climate Research Services Office of IMD Pune or RCC Pune and IRI. So both are indicating the same way, that that in the later part of the monsoon season, probability of a weak El Nino, enhanced probability, La Nina conditions. And this was at the end of May. Even in the May, you can see that by end of May, almost close to you can see threshold of La Nina condition we had reached 3.4. But however, in the later part, slight warming was there. So overall, up to the middle of the monsoon season, we had cool and so neutral condition. But as the models were indicating, in the later part of the monsoon season, the probability of development of La Nina was much more. So that is which we also given in the outlook. And this is the present situation. So it is showing now that currently there is a moderate to strong La Nina conditions are prevailing Pacific. As per our forecast, which was given in April and May, we had said in the later part of the monsoon season, there will be development. Now this La Nina has developed and it has intensified into moderate to strong La Nina condition at this time. Now coming to IOD, actually in the April and June forecast, we had indicated that mostly IOD conditions will remain neutral. However, that will be in the negative side of that. And some of the models were also showing that there can be a negative IOD conditions during the monsoon season. So that was the one of the reason that actually in many parts where we had a MME and many models were indicating in June with a relatively above normal rainfall, we had to slightly reduce and brought back down to normal, mainly because of the IOD. And last year we know that positive IOD had a strong influence of the monsoon. So that's the same thing we were expecting this year also. However, since that negative IOD did not develop, it was mostly in the negative side, but was neutral. Its impact in the monsoon was not that much. And in addition to that, strong activity, low pressure activity helped monsoon to be good in many parts of the region. Now coming to the conclusions, we have been doing efforts with the help of UK Met Office, RIMES and WMO to implement objective approach in preparing the seasonal outlook. And for that, we had made a very good system of providing data of several models and having a good data set, rainfall data set over the region, and also making training the people and also providing tools and software to generate the forecast, good MME forecast. And the forecast outlook over most parts of the region was correct or useful. La Nina conditions develop in the later part of the monsoon season as was predicted, and neutral IOD conditions prevailed throughout the monsoon season as was predicted. And in addition to that, after our monsoon season forecast, we also had a good interaction with the user sectors from the region, again through VC meeting. And my final slide, it is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the SASCOF. So as you know that, in many physical meeting in many parts of the world, physical meeting like that could not be conducted. And SASCOF also, we could not conduct, in February, we had planned a training with the help of UK Met Office and RIMES in Bangkok as a prior preparation to the SASCOF. But we could not do, though all the preparation was ready, but in the last moment, we had to withhold. Therefore, NMHS representative could not be trained in implementing various steps required for preparing objective approach, though we had a prior 1 or 2 VC session to brief them on this. And then meeting was therefore conducted through VC, no physical forum meeting. This was the first time that in the SASCOF history, we did not have a physical meeting in April. This was first ever online session SASCOF. Some participants were not familiar with VC, so we had a slight problem in the beginning. Length of the meeting had to be shortened because you can't continuously for 1 or several days continuously, you can't conduct a VC. So we had to shorten up to 3 or 4 hours. However, more participants from the region could participate, and many experts from the other part of the globe also participated and given their presentation. So that was a positive of this thing. And also, actually, the success in the conduction of forum meeting through VC has now opened an option for regular updating of the regional forecast outlook through VC. So this was this year. After April, again, this given us an opportunity to conduct and VC in June and provide an update. So otherwise, funding problem used to come and technical issue also there. But now that VC, it has been proven that through VC, we can successfully work on that and prepare outlook. So I am hopeful that this is a positive development, and in coming next few years, we will have a more interaction. We can have a more interaction and a more update of SASCOF, and we can concentrate on more preparing update in this like this. With this, thank you very much. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pai, for very interesting presentation. You have highlighted the importance of the SASCOF and how it has evolved in the last 10 years or so, and how the forecasts have been improved over these South Asian countries. Thank you very much. Thanks to the online conferencing facility, because of which you could conduct your SASCOF, and we are conducting this meeting as well. So thank you very much. Before we start our next program, I would like to request all the participants to kindly switch on your video for a while, so that we would like to take a good screenshot of this webinar for our own record. So please switch on your video just for a while. Switch on, all of you, please switch on your video just for a second, for a while. Can you please?
Hello, Dr. Das.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dr. Arjuna. Yes.
My video is not working for some reason.
It's okay. Then no problem. For those who can switch on your video, please switch on for a while so that we could take a.
Indira, you are not able to on? Indira,
Yeah, Dr. Karmakar, he was there, but he's not seen now.
yeah, DGPM.
Dr. Pai, good afternoon. I can.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah. So I still see 3 people have not been able to switch on the video. But anyway, I think now we have got the maximum videos on. And so, Dr. Mohan, you can take a screenshot. Dr. Professor Lakshmi Kumar, you can take a good screenshot. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. We are taking.
Yeah, good. And
So almost all covered except one.
Yeah, except for I see 1 or 2. So anyway, the entire presentation will be available on the YouTube channel also. Even after the webinar is over, it will be all available on the YouTube for viewing it again. So thank you very much, Dr. Pai, once again. And now we proceed to our next program. The next program is the presentations from each countries. The time allotted is 15 minutes, in which 10 minutes has to be presentation and 5 minutes has to be the discussion. As you know, we are running a bit late in time, so we have to stick to the time very strictly. I would like to request each participant, when they start the presentation, to give a very brief introduction about themselves and then start the presentation. So to start, we will start in the alphabetical order of the countries. And the first country we request is Afghanistan. Mr. Khyber Rahmani from Afghanistan, Med Department, will make the country presentation from Afghanistan. So, Mr. Khyber Rahmani, please, over to you.
Hello and good morning. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hello and good morning to everyone. I'm very glad to participating in the workshop. I'm newcomer in the AMD Department of Afghanistan. This presentation was made by Mr. Muradi and Soma Popolzai. Unfortunately, they have got official urgent meetings, so they couldn't participate in this workshop. So they let me to present the presentation that they made. I hope I can present it very well and as requested. So I'm going to open the presentation, share with you.
Yes, please.
Do you have the screen? Hello?
Yeah, it is visible. Your screen is visible.
Okay. They have made this presentation from the October, November, December of 2019 and 2020. So in these, because in these months we have monsoon effect on Afghanistan mostly. Afghanistan Meteorological Department made this the slides. Afghanistan, as you know, that Afghanistan is locating in a South Asian country, lowland country, which has a dry climate, mostly in most parts of Afghanistan. It means we don't have that much rainfall in all the months of the year. So the monsoon, which the Indian Ocean monsoon, have directly affected on Afghanistan climate on October, November, December months. I'm going to give the information about this. As the winter monsoon, which occurred in Afghanistan this year, also have good. We are seeing that as the SASCOF did the prediction. We have that prediction as well until now. Afghanistan have four seasons and 4 seasons. From October and November, from the month of October to April, we have rainfall months. As you see, the last year we had the monsoon in Afghanistan in the month of August 26, which we predict also from our AMD, and has lots of casualties in the Parwan province, as you see in the last year. Hello.
Only we have lost him. Maybe he is disconnected. Mr. Kavar Rahmani, are you able to hear us? So probably he has lost his connection. Seems, and this is the disadvantage of online presentation because we don't know that who will get disconnected when suddenly because of the internet problems. So looks like he has lost the connection. We'll just wait for a minute or so to allow him to come back if he is able to connect again. Otherwise, we'll have to move to the next presentation. We just wait for a while.
Dr. Das, it would be good to utilize that time if anybody has any question or comment for Dr. Pai's presentation, we can take on.
Yes, sure. Yeah, it's a good idea. So yes, Dr. Pai is there and Dr. Mahapatra is also there. So anybody has any questions to ask, please utilize this time before Mr. Rahmani again is online. So is there anything to discuss, any point?
So they can use a raise hand option.
Yeah, if anybody has to ask any question, they can use the raise hand option.
Dr. Das, I have a question.
Yeah, please. Dr. Rasool.
Dr. Pai, very good presentation. This is really amazing to know the progression of SASCOF. I would like to just know about your intention. If you are going to produce forecast for the oceanic part also.
Yeah. Can I answer?
Yeah, please, Dr. Pai.
Yeah. See, actually, we are through our regional climate center website, we have got a CFS model. Every month we prepare global forecast for the next 9 months, and these forecasts are readily available. So that way, based on our monsoon mission CFS model, we prepare the forecast. But for the SASCOF, this is a specialized forecast. Not only this one model, our model, we take forecast as I showed you, forecast from several good coupled model forecast and also different statistical models, hybrid models, and combine them, and using combined wisdom of all the experts, we come up with a consensus forecast. So our efforts is also there. Actually, through RCC, we are also providing regional climate outlook every month for the next 3 months, where our experts from different countries have got some interactions. But SASCOF is a specialized in that way.
Yeah, so his point was whether are we planning also to have the forecast about the oceanic region? Is that possible by the SASCOF?
Yeah, see, the problem, you are maybe thinking about Indian Ocean region, our region, Asia. We can prepare, but the problem is that you don't have a data, rainfall data. You need a long time series of data for calibration and bias correction of the data. So, however, now slowly we are also working on forecast for rainfall generating based on satellite data also. So, if it's necessary, we can prepare. But as of now, we are mainly concentrating on land region country.
Okay, good. Is there any other point to discuss before Mr. Rahmani is online?
Dr. Das, I would suggest to go on for the next presentation because there might be telecommunication problem or power problem and we can't wait indefinitely. So that's my submission.
And also we are tight on this time. So we move to the next country, that is Bangladesh. And from Bangladesh, I think Dr. Abdul Mannan, right? Dr. Abdul Mannan is here and he will make the presentations from the Bangladesh. So Dr. Mannan, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Is it visible, my presentation, sir?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah. So thank you for giving me chance, honorable scientist from SAARC member countries, as well as some other prestigious centers. And my colleagues, welcome to my presentation. Actually, we both have prepared this presentation, my director, Mr. Shamsuddin Ahmed, and myself. So as time is very short, so I will go a little quickly, as well as my presentation is not so long this time. So actually, for long-range forecasting in Bangladesh, as well as to contribute in the SASCOF forum, actually we have been preparing monthly forecast and 3-month long forecast, as well as we are keeping the this seasonal SASCOF forecast, that is as usually for our territory, that is for Bangladesh. To proceed for preparing this sort of forecast, actually we have been utilizing the long-term behavior of the climatic parameters, that is either over Bangladesh and adjoining areas, month-to-month relationship, especially for climate relationship, whether there was the rainfall in the last year or last month, how much it would affect on the next month, how it is behaving over the time, and recent behavior of climate and its influence. Of course, seasonal and updated synoptic setting we are being considering for our purposes, because we have 2 sets of synoptic setting. One is originated over land, and in the monsoon season, it is some synoptic settings are being originated over the oceanic areas. And of course, we are utilizing all the GCM available for prediction, and we have been collecting the WMO lead centers, GPC prediction, and some other products also. We are also collecting the Tokyo Climate Center's products, IRI and APCC, and of course IITM Pune products also. Same as it is one of the important factor for El Nino La Nina condition and its behavior of the Bay of Bengal. And we found that this has good influence on the territory over Bangladesh and adjoining areas. Accordingly, we are also keeping in touch with the El Nino and its behavior and its prediction also. And we are utilizing the distribution of sea surface temperature over the Bay of Bengal, as well as the Western Pacific sides, including the North Indian Ocean. And recently, we have started climate predictability tool utilizing that is in different format, that is known as PyCPT. That is some Python program is there. It can be able to capture most of the model products and verify by its inherent behavior accordingly for making this forecast. So before going to my detailed presentation, let's see what are the climatic behavior, especially in context of rainfall in Bangladesh. It is here, you see, in June, July, August. In every 3 months, there are the rainfall, high amounts of rainfall there. But if we consider these 3 months together, in addition to other months also, amounts of rainfall is different at different places as well as in different months. In the below panels, what we have seen that the variability, as already Dr. Fai told, that the variability within the monsoon season, that is June, July, August, and other months also, it is behaving differently in different years. And of course, if we take this information in our local areas, like at district level or any regional level, this must be different from this one also. That means rainfall in monsoon season is not in uniform, not in coming in every year in a similar manner, in a similar situation. Lots of forcings are being affecting on this, and accordingly the behavior of monsoon in every year being changing with the previous year and then following years also. So let's see what are the monsoon 2020 in Bangladesh was. Monsoon reached to southeastern corner of Bangladesh, that is known as Teknaf region, on 8 June. And it has set on over the whole country on 12 June 2020. But on the other way, the monsoon has started to withdraw from 21 October from the northwestern corner of Bangladesh. It has covered, that means withdrawal phase has covered most part of Bangladesh, except in Chittagong region, that is on 27 October. But but the next part has to covered by next few days, that is after on 31 October. That means monsoon has been withdrawn from Bangladesh on 31 October 2020. Now I want to say what are the internal behavior of the monsoon months. First, you see the rainfall, what we forecast that was normal. I already told, we have been following the information available with the SASCOF forecast, and accordingly we are also keeping in touch with other forcing behaviors also. And accordingly we have prepared forecast for our month-long forecast as well as 3-month-long forecast also. So June forecast was normal, and then temperature was that means the heavy rainfall. There was a high heat wave condition we forecasted over the north and northwest regions. Accordingly, we also, as synoptic forcing like monsoon depression is behaving in Bangladesh territory in different way, and it gives us copious rainfall in some cases. So we have to address them to the local users as well as the stakeholders and to the disaster managers. So accordingly, we forecast for 2 monsoon depression over the head bay, that is over the North Bay of Bengal. And as there are the chances of rainfall, so once we are sitting with the long range forecast, that is for June or July or August, some stakeholders organizations are also associated with that. In this process also, we have to highlight the flash flood condition or flooding condition over Bangladesh territory for better preparedness. So accordingly, we have forecasted for flood over northeastern part of Bangladesh, and observation was the rainfall was +2% compared to the normal value. That is the expected normal rainfall was there. But temperature, what we see that temperature was above the normal, that is in maximum temperature 0.9 degrees Celsius, and minimum temperature was 0.5 degree above. Accordingly, we have recorded few hazardous weather event, and it has the good impact on the society. And in the right panel, you see there are the observed rainfall distribution, and below that we have the gridded data available from the global centers that has been analyzed, and we have seen the special distribution of rainfall. What we found that in the northern and northeastern, at the extreme southeastern part, there are the high amounts of rainfall. And in consideration to other points, you see during the 15 to 19 June, we have the heavy rainfall over Chittagong division, that is southeastern part of Bangladesh. And on a particular day, 253 millimeter rainfall was recorded at Cox's Bazar. We have recorded other spell of heavy rainfall during 24 to 26 June, that is over the Rangpur division, that is on the northwestern side of Bangladesh. And during that period, we have recorded 244 millimeter rainfall at a particular station, that is in Tetulia. And now we see that in July, again, in the right panel, you see there are the less amounts of rainfall over the central parts of Bangladesh. I would clearly say that the west central part of Bangladesh, and both the cases that from our local observation and from the grid observation from other centers, what we found that the rainfall, what we forecasted, that was normal. But observation, what we found here is the slightly above the normal. In some cases, we can consider it as a normal rainfall. That's why it has been considered a normal rainfall. Accordingly, we forecasted the monsoon depression that is likely to form over the Bay of Bengal. But interestingly, we did not receive, or we did not have any observation for monsoon depression during June as well as in July. But in terms of other cases, you see the maximum temperature again in July, it was higher than the 1.3 degrees Celsius, and minimum temperature was also higher than 0.7 degrees Celsius. Some other hazardous impact what we found during 19 to 13 July, heavy rainfall at different places of Bangladesh were recorded at a particular day. Highest maximum rainfall that was observed at the west central part of Bangladesh, that is 148 millimeter. I would say I want to express here that this place is one of the lowest minimum recorded places. And again, during 19 to 23 July, heavy rainfall was occurred over Rangpur division, and at a particular day, 195 millimeter rainfall was recorded at Rangpur, our local station. And similarly, in August cases, we forecasted normal rainfall. Again, monsoon depression, we forecasted 1 to 2 over Bay of Bengal, and rainfall was again minus 4.6 than the actual values. That means normal values, and it has been categorized. It can be categorized as normal rainfall. But interestingly, during the other previous months, that is in June and July, we haven't found any monsoon depression. But in August, we have observed 5 monsoon lows. Interestingly, no one has been intensified into a monsoon depression. Again, this part of anomaly is what we found in our climatic behavior in monsoon 2020. But again, maximum temperature was above than normal and minimum temperature was normal. But rainfall were low over the northern parts of Bangladesh during this month. Interestingly, we can have a look on the right panel. You see that on the top one is the observation. There are the significant surplus of rainfall in August in the northern part of Bangladesh, and similarly other behavior is there. But within that, during 3 to 5 August, heavy rainfall at places over Chittagong division, and again highest maximum rainfall recorded at 100 millimeter at Cox's Bazar stations. And during 15 to 22 August, heavy rainfall over Chittagong and Borishal divisions due to the influence of the low pressure system, and highest maximum daily rainfall we recorded at 157 millimeter at Sandip. And let's go for September. And we forecasted for normal rainfall, but the climatic behavior was not as well what we expected during that period. But the rainfall was excess than the 33% than the normal, that is above rainfall was there. But again, monsoon depression we forecasted for 2, but again we have found the 2 monsoon lows form. But interestingly, this even in September also, the maximum and minimum temperature above than the normal condition. That means there are the limitation. Rainfall are very high over the northwestern part of Bangladesh. That has not been predicted very well from our side. But interestingly, during 21 to 26 September, heavy rainfall were recorded at Rangpur and Chittagong division, and on the highest rainfall was recorded at Rangpur, that is in 267 millimeter. But during this period, if we consider the heavy rainfall recorded at Rangpur, what we found that during 24 hours, that is previous day 12 UTC to next day 12 UTC, within that period we have recorded highest amounts of 449 millimeter rainfall at Rangpur. This amount of rainfall has ever been recorded during the last few years over the territory. And as I already told, the monsoon this year we have Ujjain from Bangladesh, that is on 31st October. So we have to consider the rainfall amount. October rainfall may be considered as the monsoon rainfall, especially for this year. So rainfall was we forecasted for above normal. According to our forecast was very correct. That was 45% above the normal. We forecasted for 1 to 2 monsoon depression with 1 cyclonic systems, but interestingly 3 monsoon lows were found, and out of them 1 intensified into a deep depression. But again, you see, like other monsoon months, in October maximum and minimum temperature were above than significantly above than normal temperature. But interestingly, no cyclone formed over the Bay of Bengal during these monsoon months as well as in October also. And during this period also, we have been recorded high amounts of rainfall due to this influence of the monsoon depression, and 250 millimeter, 54 millimeter rainfall were recorded at Khepupara. We have the record from 1986 to onward at Khepupara station. During this period, this is one of the, this is the highest amount of rainfall recorded in 24 hours over that place as of our records available. And accordingly, we have prepared and we have provided some warnings as well as heavy rainfall forecast for the utilization in the case of disaster management. Let's go for SASCOF as well as the comparison, as you have provided some guidance on that. So comments on SASCOF forecast are nearly normal rainfall. Observation, if we consider in June to September, what we found, there are the excess amounts of rainfall, 9.2% than the normal. that has been categorized as a tertile forecast, like normal rainfall was there. But again, if we consider June to October, the rainfall was 11.3% than the normal. It can be considered as a normal rainfall. So I would say that the SASCOF rain forecast was significantly, I would say sufficiently correct as of our, in context of our observation. But in this context, I want to highlight some more information as Dr. Ghulam Rasul has interested for the oceanic area. But in our case, I think we should address some sort of information like monsoon low. How many monsoon lows is going to be formed over the Bay of Bengal, because this is the main mechanism for Bangladesh as well as the eastern parts of India, which are providing good amount of rainfall in the monsoon season also. That is my submission over there. So let's see, like other behavior like rainy day, I want to interested to have see that actually monsoon behavior, how monsoon behavior was there during this June to October period. Accordingly, I have prepared this sort of slides that like a rainy day. That means 3 consecutive rainy day and rainfall with 10 millimeter rainy day, rainfall with 44 millimeter rainy day, because this sort of information is very much interested to have the disaster managers from our side, so that they are interested, requested to this one. Here we found that again, in the central part and west central part, there is the less number of, that means rainy days in context of different, that means in intensity of rainfall. Again, let's see what is the behavior within the June to October season. That is rainy day with consecutive 3 day, consecutive 5 rainy day, and consecutive 7 rainy day. Again, what we found that though northwestern parts of Bangladesh receives good amount of rainfall during this period, and hazardous situation has already occurred in September, and it promotes the that means that is called the flood situation over there. But interestingly, the consecutive rainy days are not sufficient for that. This sort of information can be addressed in future so that agriculture and other sectoral people can utilize. But for my understanding, further understanding, actually this year we have faced 3 flood situation over Bangladesh. I am not taking any political issue over here, but for my understanding, I want to explain here why this sort of information, that means the flood situation occurred over Bangladesh territory, and which process is being responsible for that one. Actually, for that one, I have selected 2 domains over the, including Bangladesh part as well as some outside boundary of Bangladesh. That is domain 1 in the northeast region, as I indicated over here, and domain 2, that is the northwest region. I have covered this area, and accordingly I have collected the global information, that is rainfall. What we found that from the first day of this year 2020 up to April, mid-April, I would say that this one is the long periodic normal rainfall is there. But in the above part, you see this is the rainfall being recorded over this year. That means from 15 April to onward, the rainfall was very frequent during the period of May to onward up to September, and even some parts, even sometime in October also. And this one is the accumulated rainfall. That means the accumulated rainfall shows that on mid-May or last week of May, the observed rainfall overcome the accumulated normal rainfall. That's why this situation, as you know, the Bangladesh is the drain, or I would say that so many river systems which has been originated from the outside boundary. That's why this sort of rainfall has behaves in Bangladesh territory in a different way and inundates our local area, as well as the flood situation occurs. Similarly, this one is case for northwest. Again, here we found that there are the excess rainfall from the mid-April to onward, and you see this one is the September case when the heavy rainfall occurred over Bangladesh as well as the sub-Himalayan West Bengal due to the presence of a cyclone, that means low pressure system embedded within the monsoon circulation. And this has created a lots of hazard over the wrongful region, as I would say that northwestern territory of Bangladesh. So if in future we would be able to address this sort of issue, I think management aspect can be done in a better way. And of course, we people should contribute in that manner also. So thank you, sir, for giving me chance. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mannan, for making very interesting presentation. You know, the monsoon is always a mystery and no two monsoons are identical. So this keeps us giving us the challenge to all the meteorologists. There are questions for this presentation as well as other presentations also, but because of the tightness of the time, we will take up all the questions at the end of the presentations. So thank you, Dr. Manan. You can close your presentation and we will move on to the next one. The next in the list presentation is by Bhutan, and Mr. Thinley Wangchuk from the National Center for Hydrology and Meteorology, Bhutan, will present the talk from Bhutan side. I hope Mr. Wangchuk is present. Mr. Wangchuk, are you available?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you all hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you. So Dr. Manan can close yours.
Yeah. I am trying. I am trying to do that one.
Yeah.
I have lost the track, I think. Let's see how it could be.
You can do that stop sharing. You do stop sharing. At the top,
Yeah. Stop share. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now we can see the screen of Mr. Wangchuk. Yes, Mr. Wangchuk, we can see your screen as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, and in some places it might be afternoon also. So I would like to say thank you for inviting us, first of all. And to begin, in the interest of time, I will directly begin with the presentation.
I don't know.
Monsoon 2020 versus SASCOF forecast for Bhutan. So actually, this presentation was supposed to be done by my colleague, and she had to leave for some urgent work, so I'll be presenting on her behalf. I don't know if I will be if I will be able to present well enough, but I will try my best. And now let me start now.
Yes, please.
First of all, overview of my presentation. First, we'll go through background of NCHM and other things, and SASCOF monsoon forecast for 2020, observed monsoon forecast for 2020, some extreme weather events, and conclusion. Background: Bhutan, due to Bhutan's topography, from rugged terrain up at the top to flat plains in the south, Bhutan experiences many type of climate conditions. And the National Center for Hydrology and Meteorology is a focal agency for rural government of Bhutan to carry out the studies, researches, and services related to weather and climate, hydrology, and cryosphere. The center was designated as national focal for WMO and IPCC, and the center also provides National Climate Outlook Forum, same like SASCOF, but in the national level. During SASCOF, the seasonal monsoon outlook is released to the public of Bhutan. SASCOF monsoon forecast for 2020. For seasonal forecasting, the center uses our manual agrometeorological stations. The center uses CPT as an operational tool for developing seasonal forecast. The center also refers WMO Global Producing Centers, JMA, IMD, and IRI, etc. The center runs CPT for JJA's summer monsoon, and based on consensus SASCOF outlook, IMD Pune Seasonal Climate Outlook Forum, and by referring other sources, the center produced an outlook for Southeast monsoon 2020, and during NCOP, we released it to the press. And in SASCOF 2020 for JJAS, we predicted normal rainfall temperature and temperature for Bhutan. However, when you look here at the observed monsoon, Bhutan experienced above normal rainfall during June, July, August, and September 2020 monsoon. And this could be due to extremely severe cyclonic storm Amphan. Because of that, we received a good amount of rainfall. And for temperature, it was slightly below, but we can still consider that as a normal temperature. Now moving to the extreme weather events. Bhutan experience usually during this time of the season, Bhutan experiences lots of extreme weather events caused due to continuous rainfall and sometimes due to heat. This year we mostly had weather issues uh, related to rainfall, and as you can see, there Bhutan received lots of rainfall during this time. And in this figure, you can see that it is in southern part of Bhutan that after raining for 5 continuous days, more than 5 continuous days, but we received more than 100 plus rainfall, 100 mm plus rainfall, for 5 continuous days, and that triggered flood. And in the right side, this is His Majesty visiting the affected areas. So in conclusion, Bhutan observed above normal rainfall in 2020, and temperature was normal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wangchuk, for very interesting presentation and summarizing the monsoon 2020 of our Bhutan. We are really very happy that all the countries have shown very overwhelming presence, participation in this meeting of SAMA. So thank you very much once again. The next presentation in the list will be from India, and I would like to request Dr. O.P. Srijit. He's a scientist in IMD and works in the signal forecasting section. So Dr. O.P. Srijit, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to all. I'll share my screen.
Yes.
Hope you can see my slides now.
Yeah, we can see it.
Hello?
Yeah. Your slides are visible.
Yeah. Okay. The outline of my presentation is like this: the onset and progress of Southwest Monsoon 2020, and I briefly describe the present seasonal forecast system used in India Meteorological Department for seasonal forecast, and verification of long-range forecast, and rainfall features of 2020 Southwest Monsoon, and monthly and intra-seasonal variation, then global and regional circulation features during Southwest Monsoon, and withdrawal of Southwest Monsoon, and summary and conclusion. This year, the 2020 Southwest Monsoon arrived in the arrived in Andaman Sea on 18th May, 2 days prior the normal onset date, and monsoon onset over Kerala happened on 1st June as a normal date, and monsoon covered the entire country by 26th June. Actually, this is before the normal date, 8 days. And this year we have revised the normal onset and withdrawal date of monsoon. The detail is available in the recent Monsoon publication prior to 2020. And we have issued the monsoon onset over Kerala forecast in 15th May. We have forecasted the monsoon onset date will be 5th June, but actual forecast, actual onset happened on 1st June. But this forecast is also within the limit model error of 4 days. That is, that forecast came correct. But most of the year, this since the introduction of the model in 2005, most of the year we have correctly predicted the monsoon onset over Kerala. And this is a statistical ensemble forecast system we are using for our operational forecast. In addition to that, we are using a monsoon mission dynamical model forecast system, MMCFS. We are issuing the monthly and seasonal outlook of Climate Research and Service of India Meteorological Department, and RCC is based on this model. And this is the verification of long range forecast for this year. In the first stage forecast we have issued on 15th April, we have issued the normal forecast, and as in the terms of quantitatively we have given the 100%, and in the updated forecast we have issued in the 1st June of 1st June. We have update the forecast, and 102% of long period average, but actual rainfall was in the happened is 109. But if you see that forecast for the regional homogeneous region, you can see except in Northwest India, all other except Northwest India, we got below normal rainfall, and the South Peninsula, we have South Peninsula and Central India, we got very good rainfall. That July forecast also we have given 103% of long period average, but we have received only 90%. And in August, we have given 97 less percentage, but we received 127% of long period average. And second half of the season also, we have given 104, but we have realized for rainfall was 118. Most of our forecast was underestimate, except Northwest India. And based on the dynamical seasonal prediction, we have received in the first panel, it is showing that April initial condition, and second panel is May initial condition, and observed rainfall is given in the right hand, extreme right. And we can see that as in the April forecast, it was 108% of long period average. But especially also, if you see that Northwest India, it was indicated that very good rainfall, probability for very good rainfall, but that is not happened. But South Peninsula, extreme South Peninsula, the forecast in the beginning also, it is consistently indicating that above normal, there is a chance for above normal rainfall. And this is the, but if you see that seasonal forecast, total was almost in the same rainfall, but the month-wise distribution was not proper in the not properly indicated in the monsoon mission forecast also. This is one challenging issue. And Southwest monsoon rainfall that over the Indian region, you can see that out of 36 meteorological subdivisions, we have got 44% of all the country. We got that very good excess normal in 16 subdivision that consists of 44% of total area of the country, and excess in 13 subdivision that is consists of 36% of total area of the country, and a large excess we received in the 2 subdivision consists of 6% of the country. However, the seasonal forecast of deficit over 5 subdivision in the northern part of the country that consists of 14% of the total area. And out of 5 subdivision, 1 subdivision were the east, northeast, and other 4 subdivision in the extreme northern part of the country. And if you see that, if you can look that month-wise distribution and regional pattern, rainfall pattern, in the month of June, we received very good rainfall over the central and central India and some part of the northeastern part of the country. Also, we received very good rainfall. But in the month of July, that is, the rainfall was very large deficiency we observed in the central as well as northern part of the country. And the South Peninsula also we received very good rainfall during the month of July. And in the month of August, we received very good rainfall over the country, most of the region, except the foothills of Himalaya and northeastern part. And in this September month also, we received very good rainfall in the South Peninsula as well as in the and some part of the Northeast India also we got very good rainfall. The observed pattern, we can see that observed pattern, we can see that the right side, we can I have given the figures of La Nina composite. During in general, during the La Nina composite La Nina period, we are getting very good rainfall over the central as well as northwestern region. But in the observed rainfall pattern, in this year we got very good rainfall mainly in the southern part of the country, and not much rainfall in the northwestern part of the country. And mainly this is in the South Peninsula, we got very good rainfall mainly because of the low pressure systems formed over the headway and moved along the monsoon trough region, and that gave very good rainfall over the southern part of the country. But these depressions are not reached in the not moved in the northern part of the country, so we received very less rainfall in the northwest and the northern part of the country. If you can see that synoptic scale system formed over India during JJS 2020, this year we have given cyclonic circulation formed in Nisarga in Arabian Sea in the month of June. And this the cyclone give very good rainfall over the central India during the month of June. And if you see the right panel, it is showing that a low pressure system, tracks of low pressure system which formed in the last monsoon season. You can see that most of the systems are formed in Bay of Bengal, headway, and that moved westward track. And so few systems are taken the northwestern track also. But if you can see that in a month-wise distribution, you can see that very less rainfall. Only single system formed in the month of July. And August we received 5 well-marked low pressure system. And one more interesting feature is that this year none of the low pressure system intensified into depression category. So, but with these low pressure systems provide very good rainfall during the summer monsoon rainfall. And if you can see that similar that in the low pressure system over the Indian region, the system, the typhoons and in depression, storms and depression forms over the Northwest Pacific also influence in Indian monsoon rainfall. In this year, with that contribution, if you can check that in the initial first 2 months, that is June and July, that Northwest Pacific was very calm, and no typhoon formed during that season, and in the month of August, we received we can observe that many systems that also 3 typhoons as well as many system in the depression category that also formed in the Northwest Pacific, and you can see most of the tracks of the systems. Also, if you can see most of the tracks is in the northward move. Most of the system moved in the northern side, and in the you can notice that July month there is no CBS system formed in the Northwest India, and this most of the time this Northwest Pacific system helps to form remnants in the remnants from Northwest Pacific will help to generate a low pressure system over Bay of Bengal, and that this year we can observe that for the month of July there is no system formed in the Bay of Bengal because of these remnants. And if you can see that active break cycle during this monsoon season, you can see that during the month of July there is a prolonged break situation was prevailed over the core monsoon region. This the right side panel is showing that core monsoon standardized anomaly rainfall over the core monsoon region, and similarly in the beginning of the September also there was a prolonged break type of situation prevailed in the during the monsoon season in the monsoon season. And left side panel is showing that MJO index that happened in the southwest monsoon season. You can see month-wise. You can see that in our earlier study, we showed that the phase of phase number 8, 1, and 2 are very unfavorable for Indian summer monsoon rainfall, and this year in July, most of the MGO activities were confined over Western Africa and western part of Indian Ocean. So that is very unfavorable phase. So July month the rainfall deficiency, one of the main reason is that this MGO was in the unfavorable phase. But in the month of September, we got very good rainfall, mainly due to the MGO was in the very favorable phase. And if you see that, as Dr. Pai already mentioned that monsoon emission model as well as the other climate model correctly indicated that warm and so neutral condition prevailed in the Equatorial Pacific before the monsoon season. That will turn into weak La Nina condition. That came correct, and the weak positive IOD was prevailed in the beginning of the monsoon season, but that turned into negative side, but that not cause that across the threshold of negative IOD index. But if you see that Southern Oscillation Index also in the after the July month, that Southern Oscillation Index also crossed the threshold of 7 for the condition for La Nina situation. That means in the second part of the monsoon season, the atmosphere also respond for the low surface temperature in the tropical Pacific Ocean. And this is the forecast observed and forecast SST over the monsoon season. You can see that evolution of SST of and the development of weak La Nina was correctly indicated in our dynamical model. And if you see that large scale circulation features associated with rainfall in the monsoon season, I have plotted the left side plot. You can see that upper panel, it is showing that velocity potential anomaly at 850, 500, 200 HPA. This indicates that large scale convection, large scale convergence happened in the Arabian Sea and Indian region. Whereas in the Pacific Ocean, we can see large scale descending motion that you can correctly see in the zonal circulation index. Also, you can see that large scale subsidence motion over the tropical Pacific Ocean. And in the lower panel, in the left side panel, you can see that Euler anomaly. You can see that Euler anomaly is very consistent with the large scale circulation pattern, and that is indicated in the in this figure. You can see that Euler anomaly and 850 HPA wind anomaly. You can see that this year there is a very good cross equatorial flow during the monsoon season, and you can see that West Pacific is very calm during the this year, mainly because of this that you can correctly see in this figure. And withdrawal of southwest monsoon, southwest monsoon started on 28 September against the normal date of 17 September, a delay by 11 days. And southwest monsoon withdrawal from entire country on 28th October. As you can see that there are many high impact weather events happen in southwest monsoon this year also. You can see there are many flooding activity happened in the mainly in the central, south, central as well as northeastern part, and associated with the landslide also happened in the northeastern and western coast of India. And I will summarize my presentation like this year. Weak La Nina condition developed over tropical equatorial Pacific during the monsoon season. Weak La Nina impact is one of the factors for good rainfall over a monsoon season. Basin-wide warming observed over Indian Ocean, and the neutral IOD condition was prevailed. And during the monsoon season, 12 low pressure system formed and mostly moved west northwest track and over the monsoon trough region, and which developed to get good rainfall activity over South Peninsula and Central India. None of the low pressure system intensified into depression. Largest deficiency in rainfall in the month of July month, mainly due to unfavorable phase of MJO, as well as less number of synoptic sail system developed over Northwest Pacific as well as in the Indian region. And impact of synoptic sail system on the performance of was significant, resulting increased uncertainty in predicting the seasonal prediction, seasonal and extended range prediction. And the dynamical model correctly indicated that La Nina development and however failed to Indian Ocean SSTs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srijit, for very interesting presentation about the monsoon 2020 over India. Now, there are many questions I know, but since we are running late, by about 27 minutes from the scheduled time. So we shall keep all the questions for the end. There are many people who are watching us from the YouTube live channel. So we are just collecting the questions, and at the end, if time permits, we shall ask the questions to the individual speakers. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Srijit.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker in the program is from Maldives. Mr. Hussain Wahid from Maldives will present about the monsoon 2020 in Maldives. Mr. Hussain Wahid, are you there? Mr. Hussain Wahid, are you present? Mr. Wahid, seems he is not.
He has to unmute his mic.
Oh, I see.
Wahid is there. Wahid is there. Yeah.
Okay, great.
There.
Yeah, please unmute your mic and start presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, now we can see you and
Yes, can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. Please. go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Can you see my
Yes, yes, we
screen?
can see your screen. Yes.
Vahid, you can make a slideshow. Slideshow you can start.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, good.
All right. Right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. My name is Hussein Wahid, and I also participated in many SASCOFs, and so my presentation is not so long. As you said, we are behind the time, so that is good for all. And in my presentation, first of all, I will look at the forecast that we have issued during SASCOF 16. In April, we issued JJS forecast for Maldives during the online session of the SASCOF 16. In that prediction, we finally, in the consensus forecast, we suggested that above normal rainfall was predicted for whole country, even though some models forecasted in normal rainfall in southern and central atolls. But however, by looking at the some other features, finally we decided to give above normal rainfall for whole country. So that's the forecast that we issued in for JJS 2020. And this is some simple verification I have done for the forecast. And here you can see from the rainfall graph, it was much better than normal, meaning that above normal rainfall was experienced in northern part of the country, and mostly over the central and southern atolls. We had in central is slightly normal, and southern part of the country we received less rainfall, so slightly below normal rainfall was experienced for Maldives. And temperature, by comparing the mean temperature for 25 years with 2020 temperature recorded, was warmer than normal in central and southern atolls and normal in northern part of the country. Let me talk about some of the products we use to prepare the seasonal prediction. Actually, I will not go very much detail in how we prepare the seasonal forecast, but I will talk about some of the products that we use for generating the forecast. We also look at the prevailing and unexpected conditions of the climate drivers like ENSO, El Nino, and all other features. We also consider all the prevailing conditions, first of all. And then seasonal forecast for, we also look at the WMO Lead Center model products for the region and also for the Maldives when we prepare the seasonal prediction. And also the forecast of focus tools, that's also one of the useful tools that we use provided by RHYMES. So by using that tool also we forecast, we use that tool for the prediction of monthly and also the seasonal forecast. And calibration of a CPT. CPT also we use for the observe station data and also the global model data we both use to predict seasonal forecast. And also IRI flexible seasonal prediction, and that's the IRI products also we use them for the forecast, and also the climate conditions of the Maldives. And also we update frequency of national forecast every month. So we issued monthly forecast and also the seasonal forecast during the SASCOF. Every SASCOF, Northeast monsoons and Southwest monsoon, the both SASCOFs, we participate and issue the seasonal prediction for the season. I want to talk about Southwest monsoon onset over the Maldives. Southwest monsoon this year, normally monsoon onset second week of May. This year also we have declared onset of Southwest monsoon over the southern part of the country on 12th May. This is also very useful information for the regional countries because we are declaring very early because of the location, the onset of the monsoon. And also we share those informations to our colleagues in Sri Lanka and India. So when we declare monsoon, we also share them. So in the southern atolls, we declare onset on 12th May, and on 18th it's got onset over the central atolls, and 21st May it was onset in northern part of the country. So in 21st May, so after about 10 days, India southern tip declared onset of this monsoon. So those are this is very important information for the region. So we share them. This year also we share them. And one of the main feature this year, after the onset, we had very severe beginning of the monsoon, meaning that very heavy rainfall and very strong winds due to many many phenomena, like, but mostly the most prominent one is the strong one is being the cyclone Amphan over the central Bay of Bengal on 18th May. So this cyclone, as you can see from the satellite image, there was a very huge, very dense cloud band associated with this Amphan cyclone over Maldives area and the southern tip of India. So this cloud band gives very severe weather and heavy rain and strong winds over the country, and unusual weather we have experienced, and very strong winds. So that's why I want to highlight this event. So we had a very indirect, very huge impact on this cyclone immediately after the onset of the monsoon. So during this episode, a lot of islands was flooded, and not only the heavy rain and also the wave surges in some part of the country. Many islands flooded with wave surges, which is swell surges, and also due to that, many islands flooded with salt water. So that is also very dangerous for the habitats, and also a lot of infrastructure damage and was occurred during this episode. So that's why I want to highlight in this and during the this time period, that is like 18 to 21, this is the most severe days of this continuous 2 weeks of rain, heavy rainfall for the country. And we have issued orange alert first time in the Maldives during this period. So for the heavy, very strong winds, like prevailing wind of 34 to 40 miles per hour prevailed, and we forecasted about 35 mean wind. So we first on 15th May, orange alert issued on first time in the Maldives. So here you can see from the graph, there are a lot of heavy rainfall reported in different automatic weather stations installed in a different part of the country. And apart from the very heavy rain and also very strong winds, here you can see 59 miles per hour, more than 50 miles per hour reported in about four for automatic weather stations, and many reported more than 40 miles per hour. So that is quite very strong winds, and these winds actually generates very high waves, and it was interrupted all the transports for these 5 days. So this is also due to the impact of the tropical, the severe cyclone over the Bay of Bengal in during that period. Apart from this severe weather event, there are other events also occurred, but not that severe. In June and July also we have experienced heavy rain and strong winds, but not this much severe during this period. And one other phenomena this year we have experienced is the swell surges on 5th and 6th July 20th this year. So we had a very severe flooding due to swell surges, not heavy rain. This is a major issue for us now, and the frequency of these swell surges is increasing. For more days, and this year it was very severe. So I thought it will be better to highlight in this presentation. So, but during this 5th and 6th, it was the wind was quite strong in the southern part of the country, but not. It's like about 15 to 20 knots, and also there are other features that to happen this flooding events, because it happens during the full moon period, and so the sea level, the tide level is very high, so is all unusually high. So therefore during the high tide and strong winds, the impact was very high, and mostly the flooding occurs during the high tide time. So many islands was flooded due to these swell surges, and so a lot of islands was flooded. And as I mentioned that it coincided with the spring tide, that's why the impact was much higher. So, and also when we look at the meteorological parameters like the swell period and swell wave height is also quite high. And one thing is the southern Indian Ocean swell wave is also very high during that period, and it was crossing over the equator up to Maldives. So the impact was high because of that. And I want to mention this because many islands was flooded due to this heavy, wave surge. So actually, this is what I want to present in this webinar. Thank you very much for giving opportunity for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wahid, for a very interesting presentation. I'm sure that there are questions, but we are running late in time, so we'll have it at the end. Thank you very much. Now, next presentation in the list is from Myanmar, Ms. Chao Su Liang from Myanmar will present the Monsoon 2020 in our country. Mr. Chao Su Liang, are you there? Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Yeah, thank you. Sorry if I have pronounced your name not properly. So please go ahead, share your screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your.
Okay.
We can see your screen.
Okay.
It would be good if you can switch on your video also. Can you switch on your video, please?
Switch off. Now it's okay?
You see your screen.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Icho Sula. I'm from Myanmar, working as a professor in meteorology division, Department of Meteorology. Today, I would like to share the experience of 2020 Southwest monsoon season in Myanmar. In my presentation, I would like to talk about the climate of our country, then hazards in climate information timeline. For the 2020 Southwest monsoon season, then conclusion. So first, I would like to introduce the climate on Myanmar. Myanmar comprises of a region. It is agriculturally country. From the meteorological point of view, we can divide it into two parts in Myanmar. Southern Myanmar, dirty area, central and northern area. For coastal on Myanmar also can be subdivided into three main parts, Rakhine Coast, and AOD 30, and the Trinidad Coast. The most important features in the climate on Myanmar is the alternation of season, known as northeast monsoon and southwest monsoon. Northeast monsoon is from November to February, and southwest monsoon is from mid-May to mid-October. For the southwest monsoon season in Myanmar, we divided into three parts: early monsoon, spring monsoon, and late monsoon period. Early monsoon is started for the southwest monsoon was May to the end of July, and spring monsoon is July and August, and late monsoon is started for September to the withdrawal day of southwest monsoon for the whole country. Therefore, in my presentation, I will present 2020 southwest monsoon into three parts: early monsoon, spring monsoon, and late monsoon. Within this two-May season, there are two transitional periods: pre-monsoon and post-monsoon season. This divides the hazards in Myanmar. Myanmar has the two cyclone periods. The first period is the pre-monsoon period, April and May, and post-monsoon period, October and November. During the monsoon period, we have the drought, square internal storm, front, heavy rain, and monsoon depression. This is the climate information timeline. On April 28, we issued the general weather outlook for the southwest monsoon season, which include the early monsoon, spring monsoon, and late monsoon forecast. Then we updated the seasonal weather forecast in June 28 for the mid-monsoon period and August 28 for the late monsoon period. To generate the climate forecast, we use the analog method and climate prediction tool and the guided method. And also we use the multimodal forecast for the climate regional center like WMOLE Center and ECNWF. And also we use the SASCOF forecast also. This slide shows the cyclone frequency forecast and observed for the 2020 monsoon season. For the early monsoons, we get the forecast for LPA into depression, but actually we observe just two LPA and one super cyclonic storm FN. And for the mid-monsoon season, is the four LPA and one depression. But in the mid-monsoon season, we only observed the 6 low pressure area. There was no depression. For the late monsoon season, is the 3 low pressure area and 1 depression. We observe the 4 LPA and 1 deep depression. This figure shows the southwest monsoon onset, and the left hand side shows the normal onset day, and the right hand shows the 2020 southwest monsoon onset days. And here for the southern part of Myanmar, the normal day is 18 May, and this year is the 19th May. And for the dirty area is the normal is 23rd May. This year actually is the 13th May, and the central Myanmar area is the 31st May, and the actually is the 5th June. And for the northern Myanmar area is the normal is the 6th June, and the actually is the 10th June. Therefore, the 2020 southwest monsoon was later than normal. It is the say the southwest monsoon withdrawal time also. This one is the normal day, and this is the actual day. And here also we can see the 2020 southwest monsoon withdrawal was also later than normal. This slide shows the monsoon intensity for early monsoon 2020. This figure shows the monsoon intensity for East Coast. I already mentioned in the previous slide, we have the Trinidad Coast and Rakhine Coast. So and here the blue color, so the blue color line shows the Trinidad coast, and red color line shows the Rakhine coast, and green color line shows the Polyhope coast. And the y-axis is the monsoon intensity, and the small table shows the monsoon index, and the table shows the frequency of the monsoon intensity during the early monsoon period. And here we can see the monsoons was fever to weak during the early monsoon period. This is the analysis of the supercyclonic storm F1 from 30 to 31st May 2020. This is the synotic situation. This one is the software wave for the DMH Myanmar. And this is the cyclone threat of the F1. Due to the supercyclonic storm, F1, we observe the rainfall almost the whole country during the period 19 to 22. From 19 to 22, the yellow shaded color shows the heavy rainfall amount, and 5 states and regions, the isolated heavy fall and regionally heavy fall occur during this period. This slide shows the left hand upper panel, so the normal and actual rainfall in the early monsoon 2020. The green color is the actual rainfall, and the blue color is the normal rainfall. This is for each state and region. And the lower panel shows the percentage temperature rainfall for early monsoon season. And here also we can of the region is there is only the just region resist the near normal. This slide is just so the verification of our national forecast and the OPSA. For the early monsoon, we got the hand rate is 67%. This is for mid-monsoon season. Mid-monsoon season also we can see in here the monsoon intensity was only the weak to moderate. That is the just few days the strong to vigorous intensity. But during the mid-monsoon period, we resist the rainfall due to the roughness of the tide flow from the South China Sea. This figure shows the trail of the tropical storm Senegal. The duration is from July 31st to August, and approach to Vienna or August 2. And this is the synotic situation. And here in August, we can see there is a low pressure set. So the tropical storm Senegal fish pass the eastern Myanmar area as a weight. So this satellite image also we measure, and this is the, I'm sorry, this is my language. The rest so the low pressure area. So then August 4, fish reorganize into a low pressure area in the North Bay of Bengal. So during this time also we assume the heavy rainfall warning for the most part of the region. Then this table shows our observed rainfall during the period to end August. And here also south of the region, the isolated heavy fall and the regionally heavy fall occur due to the tropical storm Senegal. This is the this figure shows the normal and actual rainfall during the mid-monsoon period, and the lower panel shows the percentage temperature rainfall for mid-monsoon period. And here we can see only the one stage was the abnormal rainfall, and in the coastal area, we resist the below normal rainfall because during the whole mid-monsoon period, the monsoon intensity just was weak to moderate. But for the central Myanmar area, we resist the near normal rainfall. This one is also showing the purification of the mid-monsoon season, and during this mid-monsoon period also we got the hand rate 61%. This is the rainfall recorded in mid-monsoon season. There was only 2 stations recorded during the mid-monsoon, and this is the Naypyidaw is the central part of Myanmar. The Naypyidaw have recorded the new rainfall record due to the tropical storms, due to the roughness of the clouds, the tropical storm Senegal. This slide shows the monsoon intensity for late monsoon season, and the late monsoon season also we can see in here the monsoon was fever to weak. Only there is just 3 days the monsoon was strong to vigorous. And late monsoon also we receive the rainfall, the remnants of the tropical cyclone for the South China Sea. These figures show the trend of the severe tropical storm north. The duration is from 40 to 90 September 2020 and approach to Vienna on September 70 and reach to Myanmar as a European area or September 19 evening. And here you can see this is the synodic situation of 19 and 20. Then fish reform as a European area in the North Bay of Bengal again. So for this one also we receive the heavy rainfall also in here. And this table shows the observed rainfall due to the tropical storm, and here, so this is the especially in the southern part of Myanmar, More and Trinidad and Western and Trinidad region. There was the regionally heavy fall and isolated heavy fall occur, and this picture shows the flat and the southern Myanmar area, and due to the strong wind and the tree falls on the road. And there is another disturbance on night due to the tropical depression from the middle South China Sea. Fish pass as a wave into the southern Myanmar area, then reorganize into a European area in North Andaman Sea and adjoining over Eastern Bay of Bengal. That time also we receive the rainfall in the southern part of Myanmar. This one is with the rainfall in late monsoon. So in the late monsoon period, also only one state we receive this is the northern Myanmar area. We receive the abnormal rainfall, but for the rest state and region was below normal to abnormal rainfall. So for the late monsoon forecast also we got the hand rate is the 50%. This is the rainfall recorded in late monsoon period. For the late monsoon period, 3 states has been recorded for the new rainfall. This slide shows the summarize of the monsoon. This year, 2020 Southwest monsoon duration is 124 days. Our normal duration is 121 days. During the whole monsoon period, the monsoon intensity was 6 days for vigorous and 11 days for strong. For 37 days for moderate, and we is the 50 day, and fever is the 30 day. This one is the first picture with the accumulated rainfall for June, July, August, September. I prepare to compare with the SASCOF forecast. And here in our central part on Myanmar, we receive the rainfall is from 180 millimeter to 1,300 millimeter, and the rest of the country is from 1,300 to 3,700 millimeter. The second picture shows with the percentage departure rainfall of June, July, August, September. This is the compared to baseline period from 1981 to 2010, and this one, and here also the below normal rainfall was in the southern part of Myanmar area and some areas of the central part of Myanmar area, and near normal rainfall in the remaining area. So this is the SASCOF forecast, is the updated in June 8. So also I think it is also similar with our observed rainfall in the SASCOF forecast. So in my conclusion, for my country, the onset of Southwest monsoon was later than normal. Onset about 1 day in southern Myanmar, 7 days in 30s, 5 days in central and 4 days in northern Myanmar area. Also, the withdrawal of Southwest monsoon was later than normal, about 2 days in northern, 6 days in central, 7 days in 30, and 50 days in southern Myanmar's area due to the depression visible over the Bay of Bengal and the remnants of tropical storm from the South China Sea during the late monsoon period. And the duration of the monsoon was about 124 days for this year, 2020. It was 3 days longer than normal duration due to the late Southwest monsoon withdrawal. But monsoon intensity was generally fever to weak and early and late monsoon period and weak to moderate and mid monsoon period. Trade low pressure area occur in the Bay of Bengal and one intensified into deep depression, another one further intensified into a super cyclonic storm and fan, and all across into the area in Bangladesh schools. Rainfall was below normal to about normal rainfall in Myanmar during the southwest monsoon period 2020. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chao Su, for very interesting presentation about the monsoon 2020 over Myanmar. Thank you once again. We have to move to the next presentation in the line. And I see that the next presentation is from Nepal by Dr. Indira Kadil, but it seems that she has lost her connection because of the power problem in her home. I have just requested her that to mail her presentation to Dr. Archana if possible. I'm not sure whether she has been able to mail the presentation to Dr. Archana. Dr. Archana, can you hear us? And whether you will be able to make her presentation on her behalf.
No, I haven't got any.
Oh, I see.
So probably she can upload in
Sir,
chat.
Dr. Dar sir,
yes.
I think Indira already shared the presentation with your email. Could you please check?
To my email? Oh, she could have sent to Dr. Archana.
Yeah, your email. Okay.
Check my mail. In that case, I'm not sure whether. So let's see. Yeah, it seems she has sent a PowerPoint file. I'm just forwarding to Dr. Archana. Will that be okay, Dr. Archana? I just forwarded her presentation to Dr. Archana. If she has received, then maybe she will try to make the presentation on her behalf. Dr. Archana, have you received the presentation? PowerPoint file?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, in the meantime, we will proceed to the next presentation to save time. And after that, we can come back to Dr. Kadil's presentation. So the next
I think that is a good idea. Like, we can wait if she joins again and
right.
And yeah, you can proceed to the next.
So we will proceed to the next presentation. In the line is from Pakistan. And from Pakistan, Mr. Mohammad Riaz, the Director General of Pakistan Meteorological Department. He will make the presentation of Monsoon 2020 versus SASCOF. Mr. Riaz, are you able to hear me? Mr. Riaz, can you hear us? Yes. Yeah, we can see your screen. You can see your screen. You can. Your mic is mute. Mr. Riaz, your mic is mute. Could you please unmute your mic? Yes. Yeah. Also switch on your video if possible.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead with the presentation. Yeah. The mic is.
Sir, keep the presentation in view mode.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Governor. First of all, I will really very thankful for this forum to given us the opportunity to all regional countries to share the work done by the monsoon season 2020. It's really this season was quite different for Pakistan. Very unprecedented behavior and extreme different behavior that was shown by Monsoon 2020 here in Pakistan specifically. So I will start that monsoon season generally started in Pakistan, onset in monsoon Pakistan from first week of July. And it was usual and started in the first week of July and till to the mid-September. Mostly activity of the monsoon activity, so that's end up to mid-September and start retreating from 15 mid-September to this year. As I said that, and I have seen different presentation from the regional countries, so it was quite different behavior shown by the summer monsoon 2020, and specifically here in Pakistan in a month of August. You can see the graph that for the country for monsoon season in 2019 and monsoon season that is this year. So you can see for in a July, it was quite normal, below normal rain that was going on, but in a month of August and September, and mostly in a month of September, August, so that was quite high intensified and very widespread rain that occurred in the country and pushed the normal very at high level. So that's why in this season, I'm saying that the season was quite different. More rainfall occurred, and what we have seen in this season that because here in Pakistan mostly the active monsoon that is activated by the moist current from Arabian Sea that we have shown that it was quite abnormally strong in a month of August and up to some extent first week of September. And second, the frequent movement of the westerly waves, so that were cross mostly and extend to the southern part, even in a southern, mostly the westerly wave that is confined to limited to the northern part. But this year we have seen that the extent was quite toward the south, the southern part of the country, even in that. And third dynamic that was shown that there is most because in Pakistan the most carrier of the rainfall that is the monsoon low or depressions that definitely form over the ITC or near ITC in Bay of Bengal and move toward across the India and then reach to the Pakistan. So this year unprecedented we have seen number of monsoon lows and depressions that reach to the eastern part of the country and became the reason for the heavy, become the source for the heavy rain in Pakistan. So that is the main causes. So it's a question for me that why in this year we have the low pressure areas that reach to the country, because mostly and it's quite different from the other years because in other years there is also some depression and monsoon lows that form, but it's diverted or recurred towards the before in reach to the Pakistan territory, and they mostly recur to the from Rajasthan or Gujarat state toward eastern side, and either it's moved toward the watershed area, the catchment area of the river basins there. But this year we did not observe any very high, exceptional high flood in the rivers. The most reason was that these lows that rather than that to reach to northern part of the country or the watershed areas of the rivers, but that reach straight away to the from Rajasthan towards the Sindh or province Sindh, and then move mostly that reach to the Sindh areas, and then it's moved toward the north. The last monsoon low that reached to slightly northern part of the country, and mostly South Punjab up to some extent. So that was the, if you can see from 24 August to 26 August, this is the period where this depression, this low that reached to the area and pushed the normal at very high levels. You can another there is as I said that in the month of July there was deficient rain we observed from this left side. You can see there is the actual rainfall that occurred in the month of July, and you can see that mostly it's very less rainfall. If we compare it with the anomaly of the 1980 20 to 10 normal, so there is very high deficiency, more than 40% deficient rain that's occurred in most part of the country. In extreme northern part, there is extremely deficiency of the rainfall we observed. But this is because this is the area where we can say that this is the area of monsoon window, because in this northern part where we observed the deficient rain this year in a month of July. In August, as I said, that there was the monsoon lows that reached to the region and become the cause for the heavy rain activity. In the left side, the month of August, the rainfall that occurred, actual rainfall that occurred, and anomaly from the right side. So it's quite, you can see that in a southern part, it's quite high anomaly recorded above normal rainfall that is recorded in this, specifically our southern province Sindh, and joining some part of Balochistan and Balochistan side. So that was quite unprecedented rain recorded. That's record broken, ever record broken that has been in this season. In a month of September, basically mostly in a September we are in a Pakistan there is some as I said that from mostly it's recurve retreat the monsoon activity from mid of September, but in the first week of September here got a very heavy rainfall activity and very more than 2 or 3 days spell that occurred in a first at southern part and then moved toward the northern part, and that was the main cause for that. In a July, in a different provinces, you can see that in a July we got most deficient rain in Azad, Jammu and Kashmir, because this is what I'm saying, that it's window of the monsoon season and it's a very high, heavy, because the normal is very high. It's more than it's the maximum rate that occurred in this, but this season we got deficient rain in July, 55% below rainfall that is recorded in this, but most of this in these areas, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which is definitely where we not expected much more rain in that areas. It's got 46% below normal, and Pakistan 34% below normal across the country as we got. Similarly, in August, you can see Balochistan got much more rainfall. That is more than 271% above normal in a Balochistan, and similarly in a Sindh, that is 363. Similarly, in a month of September, also except Balochistan and other parts of the country that got maximum rainfall in a month of September. And from July, from 1st July to 30th September, you can see this maximum rain. Overall, we got 40% more rainfall across the country in acre. It's you can see, and from 1st July to September, because in some western part of the country, there deficient rain, mostly the knows very strong activity. It's when the monsoon is in a peak, then it's extend their activity to the western part of the country. So that's why in AJK, as I said, that still we got the deficient rain. That is mostly last year we also, and this year same deficient rain. In a Balochistan, which we generally expect, because their normal is also less, it doesn't mean that it's above normal, much more normal, above more normal, because their normal activity is in the Balochistan, because I said that is southwestern part of the country, so that's not get very much more rain generally in a monsoon season. But this, as I said, that the monsoon low that mostly reach to the Sindh, and then their influences into the Balochistan province also. So that was the cause for that. That also we got heavy rain activity in Balochistan, and similarly KP and GB. What I said that the most this in a Sindh province, that's southeastern part of our country, that is from 1st July to 30th September. This is the exceptional and record broken rain occurred in this month, and specifically that is the from 20th to 30th August. And this is the period where low pressure, or you can say it's a weak depression that reached to the region, and then heavy rain activity that occurred this area and created the urban floods in our big city, Karachi. And this low also reached to moved toward the northern part and southern Punjab also, and that's got also heavy rain activity there in Punjab as well in other part of the country. Overall rain activity that is, as I said, that it's quite different. This season got given out different results in a different areas, and overall that rainfall was quite in a month of July, so that is August and September, similarly in various areas. Since my presentation was that basically based on the SASCOF forecast and what's in response of the rainfall occurred that in a monsoon season. So generally, if you can see, it's in a fall presentation, Dr. Fall presentation also. Pakistan is above normal rainfall, but this is quite. I have some observation on that. That it's really, I appreciate this efforts that because I know that the seasonal forecast is not very easy thing, and it's a difficult job. It's if I can say that it's maybe 100%, so that's wrong, because we know the meteorology and dynamics, which is quite different, and specifically in our region, in a Southeast Asia region, it's very, very difficult, but the effort is very good. I appreciate that, but still it's needed to be worked much more for to make it practicable and as impact-based forecast, because when we see that it's above normal, but there is an above normal, there is a percentage is given, there is 40% and 50% above normal. So 50% that's occurred, I think it is in between 50 and 60%, this part of the region. of the country. So that is other part, that is 40% and some likely this outlook, but it's needed to much more improve for to make it, as I said, some impact base, that that 50% occurring chances for the heavy rain for the above normal are 40%. So in adverse there is some other area can occur. So I mean that I appreciate this forecast because we got much more rainfall, above normal rainfall activity. In this context, it's good forecast, but it's needed some more efforts to make it practicable. So as I said, there's unprecedented rain that occurred our region, and specifically in a big city, Karachi, record broken rainfall that occurred, and most cause that was the monsoon low that frequently coming toward this southern part. That is normal. This is a different there is a different station observation stations. Mostly they're normal 68, 50, 61. And this August, 587%, 0.5 millimeters, sorry, that we got rainfall in this station, which normally which deviation is 764, and ever record which was 298.4 millimeter. So that was in 1984, but this year it's much more rain they recorded. And then similarly, other parts, other a one-day record. So that is 230.5 millimeter rainfall, and at this year we got, but the one-day record in August, that is 164 millimeter in 79. So that is, in this point of view, I'm saying that it was the quite different monsoon season of quite different behavior. What my conclusion is that we need some more research for, as earlier my colleague Dr. Ghulam Rasool said, and another our colleague said there is from, I think, from Bhutan, maybe, that there is we need some more efforts there to forecast specifically the monsoon lows and depressions, that how many lows be developed over the Bay of Bengal and as well as in Arabian Sea too. Because that is the most, and second is the strengthening of the moist current from Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. These are also the most important areas where we need it. And third, for that SASCOF needs some more efforts to make it further for more beneficial as compared to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammad Riaz Sahab, for very nice presentation about your analysis of the monsoon 2020 of Pakistan and the comparison with the SASCOF forecast. So thank you very much, sir. We will move to the next presentation. As I said earlier, Dr. Indra Kadil doesn't have power, so she has shared her presentation with Mr. Vikas from Nepal, and Mr. Vikas will make the presentation on our behalf over the monsoon 2020 from Nepal. So, Mr. Vikas, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So actually, so I will only go through all the presentation just reading because so this is the experience of Dr. Indira Kadil. I think I will skip this, and this presentation is designed in First is general feature of precipitation over Nepal, status of seasonal forecasting in Nepal and involvement in SASCOFs, and Monsoon 2020, observed feature and major extreme events, and its comparison with the SASCOF consensus outlook and its verification. And finally, it is a summary. So in Nepal, Nepal season can be divided into 4 seasons. First is winter season, and second, from March to May, it is pre-monsoon, and the monsoon season extends from June to September, and post-monsoon, October, November is considered as a post-monsoon. And these 4 seasons contributes their contribution to the whole Nepal precipitation. Winter season only contributes 3.5% of the annual rainfall, pre-monsoon 11.8%, and the monsoon is the highest contributor to the annual Nepal precipitation, that is 80.5%, and the post-monsoon only contributes 4.2%. So the least contributor is the winter season, and the monsoon is the highest contributor to the annual Nepal precipitation. So this is the general feature of the seasons of Nepal. And now to the monsoon season, focusing on the monsoon season. Monsoon season precipitation. This map shows the monsoon season normal rainfall over Nepal, where we can see this the central Nepal. Over here, this region is the highest rainfall pocket area. It actually lies in the leeward side of the Mount Annapurna, and windward side of the Mount Annapurna, and just the leeward side of that mountain is relatively dry considered to this place. So this is the interaction with the complex topography, and this is the clear effect of the wind, clear impact of the wind being windward side and the leeward side. This is the highly rainfall pocket area of Nepal, and the monsoon season contribution to annual precipitation. From this map, we can see it has in the monsoon, western region has the lowest contribution compared to the central and the eastern region. So this is the overall trend of the monsoon onset and the withdrawal date over Nepal. Here we can see, I think this is the withdrawal date. So here we can see withdrawal rate is increasing and the onset date is decreasing. That means the monsoon time period is increasing. Here in this chart, it is shown that monsoon active period is increasing. In 1981 to 2010, it was in normal 106.8 days. In 1991 to 2020, it is 112, and 2001 to 2020, it is 115.9. And this is the monsoon days increasing. Then so a normal onset date, monsoon onset date in Nepal is June. For 2020, it was 12, but normal was 10, and withdrawal date is September 23, which is normal date. But in 2020, withdrawal was in October 16. So in this chart, it is shown that the monsoon period is increasing. So now coming to the seasonal forecasting in the Nepal and what Nepal is practicing on the seasonal forecasting. Nepal has participated SASCOFs, almost every SASCOF from the very beginning, SASCOF 1 2010. And in 2011, there was a 3 days training prior to SASCOF 2 in 2011. After that, Nepal has started to make seasonal outlook. Due to lack of dedicated institutional arrangements, seasonal forecasting system is not enhanced satisfactorily, carried on individual basis till 2019. And now since 2019, SASCOF 14 climate analysis section is designed for the long range forecast. And since 2020, we have started to issue national seasonal outlook. Thanks for UKMate Office, ARC Project, WMO, RCC Pune, and RIMES for the supporting technically to us. Now coming to National Climate Outlook Forum, NCOF, to disseminate a seasonal outlook to stakeholders. With the support from RIMES, we had first NCOF in 2013. After that, we continued NCOFs with the support from various non-profit organizations till 2018. And since 2019, we have internalized NCOFs. Now, precipitation in monsoon season 2020. So total precipitation during the 2020 monsoon, it is again the highest over this region. Seasonal precipitation is more than 2,500 mm in the central parts and less than 500 mm in the northwestern parts of the Nepal. Above normal precipitation is observed in the central and eastern parts. Here we can see the percentage of normal precipitation. Now this slide shows the record break of monsoon season precipitation. This station recorded some highest rainfall compared to normal rainfall in this 2020. This Dumkauli at Parasi district, which is in the southern Nepal, recorded 3,335.24 mm greater than this normal rainfall, and so on. These all other stations, Tankuta, Rampur, Sangja, Baglung, Pokhara, Khudi Bazar, and Kusma also recorded the highest rainfall compared to normal, above normal rainfall. So major precipitation events during the last 2022 monsoon was this 14th August continuous rainfall, which created landslide in the Sindhupalchok district, where 37 deaths were recorded. Likewise, there were some 14 deaths in the Thanau district and 7 deaths in Kalikot, 14 in Baglum, where 40 were still missing in this landslide event, and 16 again in Sindhupalchok, 16 death was recorded in 13th September. And these are the disasters created by last 2020 monsoon. And this is the glance of the 14th August event in Sindhupalchok, where these are the stations located in that district. These all stations recorded some except Chautara in 7th, there were all 4 stations recorded above 50 mm, and the 7 days accumulated rainfall for all the stations except Chautara was above 200 mm. 200 mm in the Sindhupalchok district. So this area was hit by the landslide, and the maximum death were also recorded in the same area in the event. So monsoon outlook method, we use WMO GPC outlook, regional centers outlook from RCC Pune, APCC, and IRI, and downscale GPC's outlook by CPT, statistical model, multiple linear regression model. So this is the outlook. This was the outlook for 2020 monsoon for Nepal, which shows the near normal as a whole for a country. And now verifying the outlook, SASCOF's outlook monsoon 2020, it forecasted near normal over whole Nepal, and this outlook, this outlook also shows the near normal rainfall over whole Nepal, and the observed precipitation, observed 2020 monsoon shows almost all the region recorded normal except this western region, this area which recorded below normal, and in the central Nepal, this area recorded above normal, and some other small areas over here also recorded above normal, and this easternmost Nepal, and this some areas in the eastern Nepal and the central Nepal also recorded below normal rainfall. So this is the verification of the 2020 SASCOF outlook. Now coming to summary and recommendation. Precipitation over Nepal is highly variable in space and time due to complex topography. Need to explore more about the precipitation over the Himalayas. Climate models has limited skill to represent Himalayan precipitation. Need to develop a seamless seasonal forecast for the South Asian region. SASCOF consensus forecast development method is improving year by year. So in future, we hope to get better forecast. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vikas, for making very interesting presentation about the monsoon 2020 over Nepal. And thank you especially because probably you have taken this presentation in the last moment as Dr. Indira Kadil suddenly was not able to present. So thank you once again for this. Now, as we are running short of time, so we have to move to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. The next presentation is from Sri Lanka, and Ms. Anusa Varna Surya, Director of Department of Meteorology, Sri Lanka, will present the monsoon 2020 in Sri Lanka. Ms. Anusa Varna Surya, are you there? Ms. Anusa, are you there? Can you hear me? Yes, she is there, but can you hear? Your mic is mute, Ms. Anusa. Your mic is mute. Ms. Anusa, can you hear us? Probably she has just gone somewhere, maybe. Yeah. Hello, Ms. Anusa, can you hear us? Can you unmute your mic, please? So because just stop your presentation. You can.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let Mr. Vikas close his presentation.
No, this is Sri Lankan presentation only.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I can start.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving that opportunity for sharing our experience with the SASCOF outlook and also our observed monsoon rainfall. I think with the time, we have generally, I think apart from other countries, we have basically four rainy seasons, southwest monsoon season, northeast monsoon season, and within that two monsoon season, we are calling inter-monsoon seasons. The southwest monsoon generally contribute around 1/3 of the annual rainfall within that 5-month period, but the same amount of rainfall normally received during the second inter-monsoon season. That means October-November season, what we are in now, right now. I think in the topography, the main highland area is dominant part of for our rainfall season. So onset of southwest monsoon is very significant for Sri Lanka because normally onset is starting last week of month of May. Normal date is 25th May to the nearly our Colombo city. But this time, and also we have some criteria because I listened the other countries' presentation a little bit. I think our onset criteria is little bit different from other countries. I think because in India, the Dr. Srijit mentioned the first June the monsoon reached in the Kerala, but in our case it's little bit different. I think because of that onset criteria, normally we consider basic two phenomena should be fulfilled to declare the onset. One thing is more than 2.5 pressure gradient from Colombo to Trincomalee across the country, and also extending of southwesterly wind flow up to 500 level. So we have to wait at least these two main leading component to fulfill. So with that, and also there are some other effects there are other important phenomena to affect Sri Lankan southwest monsoon. One thing is the system form in the Bay of Bengal. Another thing is the systems typhoons develop in the Pacific Ocean. And also, is there any some convergence or confluence to the southwestern part of the country? There may be very heavy showers and leading to the floods as well. And also the low level jet, that means there are 800 millibar low level jet. This is also caused some extreme winds and also extreme rainfall Sri Lanka. And also the MJO have significant impact, but this is significant in month of May and also first week of July. and October, November, and other months it is not much significant, but there may be some contribution with the BCCO as well. And also the IOD, El Nino, La Nina, there are significant impact if the signal is very stronger. There is no much effect if the signal is weak. For that, shall we move on to the 2020 Southwest Monsoon outlook? For the Sri Lanka, there is forecasted for the above normal rainfall. And we use this forecast and also the other prevailing global climate conditions and WMO lead center forecast and CPT models and other statistical downscaling GCM outputs by using CPT and focus system, and we issue the national forecast. Following the SASCOF, we conducted 2 national climate outlook forums, and also we issue the monthly, we updated monthly forecast and also weekly forecast and 10-day forecast as well for the useful for our agricultural people. This is the onset, because onset is very important, as normally we expect some vigorous onset of Southwest monsoon, but this time actually we didn't experience much vigorous monsoon because in the middle of the month of May, there was a cyclone developed in the Bay of Bengal, we call the Umpan. With that, temporary southwesterly flow established over the country, but according to our criteria, it is not fulfilled to declare the Southwest monsoon on that day. And during that 3 day, from 15th to 19th May, we had a very significant rainfall in the southwestern part of the country. It's mostly likely the Southwest monsoon, but other criteria is not fulfilled. So we have to wait until the the main leading phenomena should be reached to the country. And also there was a MJO in active pace in that 15 to 19 period. So it will also the effect to the Sri Lanka. Monsoon established over the southern part of the country on 28th May and fully established on 7th June. It's a little bit, according to the Sri Lankan criteria, it is a little bit late for the Sri Lanka. And this is the monthly rainfall anomaly maps. You can see May, June, July, August, September. Blue color depicts the above normal rainfall, while yellow color depicts the below normal rainfall. You can see month of May, there is no above normal rainfall on most parts, but there is a lack of rainfall in the western coastal area. And June also, there is no significant rainfalls in the southwestern part, which normally we expect rain in that period. But we received the unexpected rainfall in the northern part of the country. Normally, this time they don't have much rainfall during that period. And July also same, but the wind flow is little bit, but in the central highland, normally the June, July central highland normally having rainfall with the strengthening the monsoon flow, but this time until end of the July, there is no much stronger monsoon flow over Sri Lanka. That is why the other part of the country having rainfall, the normally above normal rainfall. But month of August, you can see the central part of the country have some rainfall, because there are a lot, as Dr. Srijit mentioned, the month of August, there was some systems developed in the Pacific Ocean. With that, our monsoon flow was strengthened, and the heavy rainfall is reported in the central highland, which is very important for our power sector, because our catchment areas is in there. And also month of September, you can see the below normal rainfall in the other part, but the southwest monsoon has good rainfall. But this is also not normal. This is a little bit deviate from the normal values. This is also due to the systems formed in the Bay of Bengal as well as in the Pacific Ocean. The monsoon forward is strengthened than the other earlier 3 months normally, which we expected is stronger monsoon flow. The lower is the overall southwest monsoon period. Normally we consider southwest monsoon is May, June, July, August, September, because we are considering the southwest monsoon starting from the latter part of the month of May. You can see the rainfall is most part of the country have slightly above rainfall, but some parts there are a little significant above rainfall in the where normal climatological rainfall is very less. But there are some few pockets there is in the southwestern part less rainfall was recorded compared with the climatology. You can see this is due to the time limitation. I just only get the average vertical profile or around the Sri Lankan region. You can see there is the easterly wind anomaly. That is maybe one reason we are having a lack of rainfall in the southwestern part, because the monsoon flow was not stronger over Sri Lanka during that 3 months period. And also September, you can see on the there is the southwesterly wind anomaly around Sri Lankan region up to the around 500 level. This is also up to the 500 level. This is our monsoon. Actually, the September means tail end of the southwest monsoon, but this time monsoon was stronger at the end of the monsoon. I think the forecast is our forecast is agree with the observation, except a few pockets above normal rainfall were received most part of the country during the southwest monsoon period. This is the next 17 SASCOF forecast for the October, November, December. October, November, December, actually there was a below normal possibility, except some northern part of the country, the little bit near normal possibility. With that, we agreed with that because the La Nina forecast, the La Nina situation, coming La Nina situation, normally during La Nina situation, our rainfall is very less. October, November. October, November is very much significant for Sri Lanka, because our agricultural people in the northern part of the country, they are waiting for this rainfall. If any case this rainfall is very less, there may be a big problem for them if northeast monsoon is not activated. But this time I think this is although this is less rainfall, but I think with the La Nina condition, northeast monsoon condition is going to be a little bit active. This is for October, November rainfall. We issue for according to the SASCOF forecast and considering the other data model output, and also our research findings during the La Nina event. This is the October, November anomaly. You can see below normal rainfall was received during the La Nina event, except some few places in the southwestern part during the October, November also. Most places we expect below normal rainfall, and we received below normal rainfall during La Nina events. With that, we issue the national forecast for October, November, a little bit below normal possibility, except northern part where near normal possibility. But with that, normally our intermonsoon established mid of the normally month of October, but this time until end of the October, we don't have the signs of atmospheric phenomena favorable for the intermonsoon condition. We received the very less rainfall, country-wise around 30% of the monthly rainfall. So because of that, there is some westerly anomaly is still there. Normally it should be easterly, some kind of easterly wind flow. But I think because of there are two systems in the Bay of Bengal, that is why we have a westerly anomaly still in the month of October as well. So with that forecasted La Nina situation, some models forecast is the La Nina is going for the stronger side. If so, we have some favorable rainfall condition in the month of January and also December. So with that, we forecast above normal rainfall for the next 3 months, November, December, January, for the whole country, particularly in the northern eastern part of the country. This is our monthly forecast we issued on 2nd November, according to that global conditions and also according to the global model outputs. These are our SASCOF related activities. And I should thank to IMD and also SASCOF and other global centers to providing guidance to improving our forecasting capability to maximum use of our especially agriculture, water sectors. They are very interesting about the seasonal monthly forecast. Thank you very much for your guidance. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Anusa Varana Surya, for making very good presentation about Monsoon 2020 over Sri Lanka. I see that we are running late by about half an hour, 30 minutes. So the next presentation in line, I say, is from ECMO, Dr. Ghulam Rasool has kindly agreed to give presentation on mountainous perspective of Monsoon 2020. So Dr. Rasool, are you ready? Can you hear us, Dr. Rasool?
Yes, Dr. Das.
Yes. So you can start your presentation.
Sure.
I mean, for the mountainous perspective, yes, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Das, Dr. Rathore, and Professor Ajit Tyagi. We wish him to get well soon. We have heard about teaching very comprehensive presentations from member countries. And it was really quite surprising, as mentioned by DG IMD, that every monsoon is new monsoon. Monsoon 2020 also brought many surprises. Broken records in some areas, and arid zones received very heavy downpour. Wet areas remained dry. And along the mountains, especially the southern slopes of Himalayas and eastern slopes of Hindu Kush, they received frequent cloudburst events which produced flash flooding. I will not go in detail because most of our colleagues, they have presented comprehensively. I will focus on mountainous areas. If we look at the forecast of SASCOF, in mountainous areas, there were some significant anomalies as presented by Dr. Pai also. This area was expected to receive below normal rainfall, but there were some spells of rainfall which increased the total to above normal, and there were some extreme events which produced flash flooding also. But overall, if we look at the SASCOF forecast of 2020, it has improved a lot over the period compared to the past. July, as most of the colleagues, June and July were not very active monsoon months. Less than average rainfall received in most of the South Asian region. But August was very active. In August, heavy downpour was reported from most of the stations in that area. In September, monsoon rolled back much earlier from the western region. Nepali colleagues, they have mentioned that monsoon stayed for longer time. But from the western region, Afghanistan, Pakistan, our monsoon was rolled back much earlier. So the September rainfall is very important for sowing of winter crop, because the residual period of September, if monsoon is prolonged entering in October, that is very good for the farmers in rain-fed areas, especially for sowing of Rabi crops. But unfortunately, this time, monsoon activity was very weak in September. In summary, I would like to appreciate SASCOF team. Well done. This is a great achievement. You have improved the forecast a lot. And then I will request a special attention towards the mountainous regions, especially the modeling team of SASCOF. They should focus their attention on that area also, because monsoon is now reaching to those heights where in the past it was not reaching, because we have a common belief that monsoon is low-level air mass. But in some of the cases, strong incursions of monsoon in this era, those are reaching to the higher heights also, which are bringing surprises. So at present, as I mentioned in my comment previously to Dr. Pai, that SASCOF is covering forecast of land area. We should consider Bay of Bengal and North Arabian Sea also. So that, because monsoon precipitation is associated with depressions, formation of low pressure areas, and moving towards land area. Therefore, this will be an important area where SASCOF team can focus upon. Then, if possible, hydrological extremes in monsoon season can also be included, I mean drought and flood. Just an indication. As a notion, we can mention as that in this area, the probability of drought in some regions and probability of flood in other regions will be this much. ICMOD has developed a regional drought outlook system, and we are working on regional flood outlook also. We would like to share our products if possible, so that some guidance can be given on a broader scale. In ICMOD, we have started an initiative called Climate Services Initiative, where we focus on capacity building of our regional partners, and also focusing on the mountainous regions of Himalaya, Hindu Kush, and Karakoram region. So I would like to share those products also at the later stage when we will be meeting each other to improve our forecast and to strategize our forecast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rasool, for making this presentation on the mountainous perspective of Monsoon 2020. The mountains are very, very important, as we all of us know, but it's at the same time very difficult to make good forecast over the mountains because it's not so easy to handle the mountains and the models, the dynamical models that we use for giving the seasonal outlook forecast. It's not so easy to handle the mountains in the model. But gradually, we are getting more and more observations over the mountainous area, especially, for example, IMD has a very big plan of Western Himalayas. They are setting up a lot of instrumentation about the Western Himalayas as well as the Northeastern Himalayas. Similarly, Nepal is also modernizing its observing system over the Central Himalayas. So we hope that in the course of time, we will have a very good observation network over the mountainous region. And it will be more easier to handle the mountains in the model, simulate the observations in the model in real time so that our forecast improves. So thank you so much. And with this, we have completed all the country presentation as per our plan. And the next item in our program is the panel discussion. As you know, we are running late by about half an hour. So we shall have this in our panel discussion as quickly as possible. In this panel discussion, the theme is SASCOF way forward for extended range prediction. And Dr. L.S. Rathore will be the moderator for this panel discussion. I hope Dr. Rathore Saab is here.
Thank you, Dr. Das.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
I'm there.
Yeah, good, very good. And among the panelists, I hope Dr. Kamaraj Jaman Chaudhary Saab from Pakistan is there. I am not sure. Dr. Karmakar from Bangladesh definitely is there. Mr. Sunil Karyavasan from Sri Lanka also. I have seen him in the beginning. I hope he is there. Dr. Madanlal Shrestha was supposed to be there as the panelist, but unfortunately yesterday he said that because of his bad health, he will not be able to participate in the panel discussion, and therefore he requested Dr. Archana Shrestha from DHM Nepal. Dr. Archana is a senior divisional meteorologist in Department of Meteorology in Nepal, and at the last moment, she has kindly agreed to be in the panel. We have Dr. D.S. Pai and Dr. Nayak also as panel members. So thank you very much, all the panelists. And we also, in fact, earlier we had planned to have Dr. G. Srinivasan from RIMES to be in the panel, but he also reported that unfortunately he will not be able to be present in the panel. So anyway, regardless, I hope that we shall be able to have a very good panel discussion on this topic of extended range prediction. So I hand over now this to Dr. L.S. Rathore Saab to conduct the panel discussion. Dr. Rathore Saab.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Thank you very much. And it was a pleasure listening to the distinguished presenters from different countries as well as EC mode. This panel discussion is targeting way forward extended range forecast, and this is very important in the present context. And we have distinguished panel, but notwithstanding presence or absence of panel, all of you are panelists, and you can submit your any input to Dr. Das online after this, and rest assured that will be cognized and included into the kind of recommendations we are going to frame. Just for the housekeeping, we are delayed by about 32 minutes, and we have about 7 panelists after the opening remarks to be made by Dr. Sahai. So it will be injustice on part of moderator to minimize their time allocation less than 4 minutes at least. So we will not be able to save much time, but we will try to conclude on that. But I'll request all the panelists to finish their remarks within the 4 minutes, else I will raise the alarm. We have really very good discussions, and during the discussion on the seasonal forecast, very good presentation by Dr. Pai, and thereafter all the presentations have really, during discussions also, new demands have really emerged. So the way forward, I would broadly expect in 3 aspects as to what are these new demands and what should be the mechanism to meet these emerging demands. And some of the demands, as we have seen, that we need to have oceanic rainfall predictions, then oceanic activity forecast, including lows, depressions, etc. And also DGPMD mentioned that this is the era of impact-based forecast, so we need to really switch on to impact-based extended range forecasts. So in summary, what are the new products which are in demand? And obviously there are always aspects related to improvise the skill of the extended range forecast and sectionizing the time spent as well as reducing the spatial domain. But these are broad areas which are coming to my mind. Second aspect is linking extended range forecast to various sectors of economy to economy of our region. Dr. Ghulam Rasool also flagged some of these issues. And therefore, while doing so, we try to do the mandate of Global Framework for Climate Service as well as National Framework for Climate Service and the Regional Framework for Climate Services. And the agricultural sector is by and large using the major user of extended range forecast. But there are other sectors which are yet not very well organized. So therefore, we need to do some bit of that, and including the hydrological sector, power sector, health sector, and particularly the extreme weather events and leading to the disastrous events. So we need to really have a way forward on that aspect. And the third aspect is, in order to meet the new requirements, there are other challenges which, as was mentioned by Dr. Pai in the context of seasonal forecast, that we really would require additional data. And particularly when we talk of the oceanic predictions, we need rainfall over oceans and other oceanic data. Plus there may be other additional data needs which maybe Dr. Sahai will flag in. How to meet out those additional data requirements, who should be mandated to prepare these new inputs which are required to meet the new requirements. So maybe we will require to form new task forces which are required to be constituted to prepare these new data sets. And SAMA would request subsequently to the PRs of our different meteorological services. And the regional entities, the RCC need to develop the bridge with, as EC mode has offered. So also IMI is doing some exercise. RIMES and the WMO, of course, is there, and World Bank also can assist in these kind of efforts. One of the thought also came to my mind that when we were looking at the onset and retrieval dates of the monsoon, recently India has undertaken a major exercise and the dates have been revised, and I think there is a need to sync the lines of onset and revival beyond the Indian masses to Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, etc. So we need to really also have a small group which can reconcile the changes which have been made in Indian domain and prepare the regional map of the onset and retrieval of southwest monsoon and northeast monsoon, both. With that introductory remark, I would initiate. Is Dr. Qamar Zaman there? I haven't seen him. So I would then invite Dr. Samarendra Karmarkar to give his opening, to give his remarks on the way forward on extended range forecast. Dr. Karmarkar, floor is yours.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Rathore. At first, I wish to thank PAMA and the India Meteorological Department and IMS for organizing this seminar. And as the time is very short, it is very difficult to say something within 3 or 4 minutes. However, in our part, practically, you see the, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Practically, monsoon is very important, mainly in rainfall for the agriculture and socio-economic conditions of this region, of the people of this region. But this year, practically, monsoon was a little bit peculiar in the sense it was actually late in onsetting by about 7 to 8 days, because in our country, normally 2nd June is the date of onset of monsoon at the Cox's Bazar region of Bangladesh. And normally by 17th October, it leaves the country, Cox's Bazar, completely. But this year, you see, monsoon was, I think, active in the extreme southeastern part up to 31st or 1st November, 31st October or 1st November, which is actually extreme, I think, date of withdrawal, because in our study, one of our study by me and Dr. Rafiq, 1st November was the extreme probabilistic date of withdrawal of Bangladesh from Bangladesh, by November 1, that was in 1 year out of 25 years. So this year, practically, it is almost like that. So in that respect, I think the monsoon is peculiar. And about the SASCOF forecast, I think outlook, that was also very good in our country. But one thing is that our representative, Dr. Mannan, has already completed all over the monsoon in Bangladesh. But in the northwestern part of Bangladesh, I have seen that the monsoon rainfall was very, very above normal. Even in Rangpur, it was 165% above normal in September. And from July to September, I think, or up to mid-October, I think there were 4 to 5 times, floods there, and with high danger level of the rivers, Brahmaputra, Jamuna, Dharola, and a lot of people were homeless and stayed in the on the road and embankment for several days. So these extreme conditions of precipitation, I think, should be forecasted, or it should be included in the outlook of SASCOF. And how can this be done? I think we should think of it. Because of this inflated rivers, there were a lot of river erosions also, and a lot of people's houses were damaged and washed away by this year. And the normal date of onset and withdrawal also, whether it can be predicted through SASCOF, that is also very important. And extreme rainfall causing flood. And also,
You have one more minute, Dr. Kamal.
Yeah, I am going to end it. And also the monsoon depression or something like whether this can be predicted by SASCOF. This is also, I think, a very important aspect of monsoon precipitation over this region. So I think even then the SASCOF outlooks was very good. And I think in the future it will be also improved more and more day by day. Thank you very much for giving me a short time. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Kamakar. You made very brilliant points regarding inclusion of extreme events in some signal, and that is noted, very well noted. And next, I invite Dr. Archana Shrestha.
Dr. Ramesh sir, actually you are missing Dr. Sahai's remarks was there before panel discussion.
Oh my God.
Just
I think he will.
No problem, sir. No.
Kindly excuse me and please, Dr. Sahai.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Pai, for reminding.
Good afternoon and thanks, Dr. Sahab. I will just share a small presentation. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
Okay, so this is just way forward, and I have made some slides. So this is extreme monsoon when there is weak monsoon and there is a strong monsoon. These two particular years, 2002 and 1961, and large scale floods and droughts conditions over larger regions are observed, and anomalies are almost homogeneous all over the country. But almost 70% of the years are normal years, and then the distribution is not homogeneous. So prediction by SASCOF or any this, if we are predicting normal, if we are predicting extreme monsoon and it is happening like this year, then everybody is satisfied and it is fine. But if we are predicting normal monsoon, then it will not be very useful because there will be a lot of variability in spatial and temporal scale within the system. So this is just one example that as you see in the weak monsoon and strong monsoon, this is a composite of below the break monsoon and active monsoon. So this is also having the same pattern as the weak monsoon, but these things are happening break and active conditions during the season. And also such extreme conditions varying in good monsoon and in bad monsoon within the season is different for different years. And therefore, in addition to the seasonal mean, we require to predict 3 to 4 weeks in advance, the next 3-4 weeks, what is going to happen. And that will be useful for not only for farmers, but various skill stakeholders. So we know that we are very good in predicting extreme weather few days in advance, even cyclone, depression, everything. But the wish is to extend the capability of this skillful prediction of environmental conditions and disruptive weather events to several weeks and months in advance. So doing so could dramatically increase the benefits of the environmental prediction enterprise, saving lives, protecting properties, increasing economic vitality, and protecting the environment and informing policymakers, so many things. So IMD has started extended and prediction system developed under National Monsoon Mission by IITM since 2000. It started in actually 2016, but the system was developed before that. So 2012 to 2016 was the development period, and now it is being used for active and break consideration, monsoon intraseasonal oscillation, MGO forecast, heat wave forecast, cold wave forecast, northeast monsoon, cyclogenesis, and various sectors like agriculture, hydrology, energy, health, and other disaster management sectors are utilizing it. This is just one example of 2014 monsoon onset based on 16th May initial conditions. Above is top one is observation and below is forecast. And it was forecasted that there will be monsoon onset around 4 June, but there will be no progress till 15 June. And same thing we have again updated from 5th of June that overall monsoon activity will be not good, and maybe for the next 25 days there will be no progression. But at the same time, we have also in 2013, the rapid progression was also predicted. So here you can see, as it was mentioned in the various discussions, that we have to give forecast for even ocean and other regions. So this Patnaik will actually say what are the products we are generating for South Asian regions, but in this forecast we are giving everything. So here is actually summary that useful and skillful forecast for monsoon in extended range time scale is achieved, and necessary steps for further improvement is already in place by the Ministry of Earth Science under National Monsoon Mission. And forecast of the monsoon in the extended range time scale can be useful for agriculture, dam operation, management of water resources, disaster in tourism, etc. But what will be the way forward? Why we are discussing here? So mechanisms to be developed for a continuing dialogue between user agencies from South Asian countries and climate scientists for generation of sector-specific tailor-made products. So this is what we have to discuss. What one idea I have just when Dr. Manan was presenting that we can give in the next 15 days, what is the probability of continuous 3 days wet days, or 5 days, 5 day wet days, or 7 days, or maybe dry days probability for the next 7 days, continuous 7 days in the coming 15 days, or some type. So this type of products can be generated, and that has to be decided in this maybe this forum today or maybe afterwards. And decision making process should be developed to use these forecasts, not only development of products, but some decision based on this forecast also has to be done. And if required, we can take jointly a pilot project that can be identified, and joint study between climate scientists and user agencies can be done. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahai, for really very eloquent way forward and very meaningful ideas you have really given. And that is how we have done for agriculture in India. When we started generating extended range predictions way back in 90s, then we started select agroclimatic zones to use the extended range forecast in agriculture, and you were part of that. So similar exercises we can do for other sectors as well. And thank you very much for highlighting that. And let us go to other panelists. And I would invite Dr. Patnaik at the end so that he can really also sum up, and if there is any deficiency, he can flag in. And as I invited earlier, Dr. Archana Shrestha, I again invite Dr. Archana Shrestha to take the floor. Dr. Archana, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Rathore. I think my video is not working. You can only hear my voice. I would like to thank SAMA and IMD and organizing all the organizers for organizing this scientific event. Yesterday, Dr. Madan Lal Shrestha, as Dr. Das said, because of his health condition, he was not able to be in the panel, so he requested me. I am a Deputy Director General of Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, Forecasting Division. And so I also, just recovered from, I was sick for the last few days, and now just joined office just yesterday. So I'll be speaking less on extended weather forecast. I have learned a lot from presentations, basically, pros and cons, or what are the advances in SASCOF, and what is the reality condition in every country in this region. So in Nepal, we have Mr. Vikas presented in Indira's presentation, we have normal precipitation presentation, normal monsoon, but we have like very diverse or ununiform distribution of rainfall. Somewhere, it is very highly above normal, and we have faced lots of disaster. And in other places, we have below normal to normal rainfall. And as previously Dr. Saab pointed out, we really have to focus on, spatial variability as well as the temporal variability. That is very important. And in case of Nepal, we are working with agriculture and disaster management authority, how to use these forecasts, extended forecast for in these mainly in these two sectors. And there are demands in other, like water resources, power supply, and health sector as well. But we will be working with disaster and agriculture in ARC project with UK Met Office, and the impact-based forecast as well. And we are also collaborating with RINES on and ECMWF on 7-day to 10-day forecast. And regarding the models or the model performance that we use for extended forecast as well as climate forecast, what I have noticed is whenever I participate in this kind of regional and global platforms, I've in the monsoon performance of monsoon or predictability of the monsoon, what we have realized is even though the like overall performance of the models by climate models or regional models or global models are good, the Himalayan region is always is a part of issue or problem, and generally the modelers considered those small areas as it is within the error of the climate model. So we I sometimes feel like we have been ignored. But with this SASCOF, where we do national outlook, prepared national outlook. So I think this will promote use of observation as well as improve the model performance. So I think this is very good idea and very good initiation by SASCOF. And also another thing is we really have to look into the teleconnections part. When we look into monsoon, it is not only one factor. There are many factors that affect monsoon. So we really have to, I think Sama has a very good, I think that is one of the good issues to look into the teleconnections of monsoon, and bring, from the national context, if we can do that, that would be a very good idea. And
Archana, to kindly conclude.
Okay, so we have this observation systems, importance of observation systems. DHM is improving its observation system, and we will be providing all those information to the WMO system. So that will definitely improve the model performance, the global model as well as regional models. And to way forward, as I've said, we are very much looking into sub-seasonal forecast, 10-day forecast, and for the various sectors. So we are starting with agriculture and disaster on impact-based forecast. And I strongly recommend, SASCOF community to look into the active and break conditions, dry and wet spells conditions to predict. Also the low pressure systems, depressions, that would be very helpful for as we are working towards working with various sectors like agriculture and disaster. That would be very helpful, as other member countries have mentioned. And I think, as Rathur mentioned, we have to form a task force on onset of monsoon. How do we do that? In South Asia, and withdrawal of monsoon in South Asia. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Archana. Thank you very much. And now I invite, I don't see Dr. Sunil Karyavasam. Is he there? No.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear
really?
me?
We see your numbers, 1700752. Okay. Thank you very much for being part of this, and kindly make the remark. Over to you.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. And in fact, it is a very great opportunity to be in this panel and state some ideas about these SASCOF activities. Actually, in Sri Lanka, the northeast monsoon as well as the second inter monsoon, that is the intermediate period between the southeast monsoon and the northeast monsoon. So this is very much important as far as farmers are concerned. Actually, the October-November 2 months, rainfall is very, very important. And not only that, if La Nina conditions prevails, then afterwards, northeast monsoon much give very, very heavy rainfall to the especially this paddy cultivation areas which are in the north and east, where the southeast monsoon rainfall does not produce much over the rainfall there. So if October and November rainfall fails, the paddy cultivation areas are also affected because of the less rain and probably the drought conditions, and the paddy cultivation season may delay. So somehow, therefore, the water management is a very, very important factor for these areas. About this rainfall expected for the October and November rainfall. And October-November months are very much important because it is also the rainfall pattern is, spatially spread all over the island. So that's why it's very much important. So if the SASCOF can play important role in this area, the northeast monsoon as well as the October-November rainfall, that's also, I think, the very much important for the countries like Sri Lanka and the presumably Maldives and the southern part of India, where the convective type rainfall is dominated over that period. So I think SASCOF may have some more effort to better rainfall, produce better rainfall forecast for these areas during the October-November months and as well as the December and January as well. If as our colleague from the Department of Meteorology said, Ms. Anusha, the La Nina conditions are very much important for the rainfall in the January and February. Actually, I can remember in 2011, 2011, we had La Nina conditions, and then a lot of areas was affected by the floods. So that's what I think I have to say. So of course, much of things about the southwest monsoon rainfall predictions and the other areas and so on. So that was told by the lot of the panelists and all the speakers. So what I'm saying is this: it's equally important the countries like Sri Lanka, northeast monsoon as well as October-November rainfall. So SASCOF could pay focus on this matter as well. It's very fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karyavasam. And now I invite Dr. Shivanand Pai for his remarks. Dr. Shiva, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as I said in the beginning, SASCOF was started in 2010. So, in the coinciding with that, one of the important development in the region was the Monsoon Mission project started almost in the simultaneously in the same period. One of the main aim of a Monsoon Mission project was to develop dynamical models for short range, medium range, extended range, and climate, climate scale, also climate projection. And now, as of now, we have got a very high resolution product because of that project in all time scale, short range up to 10 days, medium range forecast, and then extended up to 1 month, and seasonal forecast up to 9 months, and even climate projections. The main of this project was that even when you give a seasonal forecast, you have to supplement for proper decision making. That has to be supplemented with extended range forecast, and then extended range forecast has to be supplemented by short range. So then only you will have a perfect decision making is possible in all the sectors. So that was the meaning. Now, sir, I am very happy to say that because of this effort and interaction of various institutions under MOS and its collaboration with the different institutions from outside India, now we have got a very good framework both in the GFS and CFS framework led by IITM and NCOM framework by NCMRWF. So we have got a very nice products are being available. I feel that many of the countries in the region are, we have to make more aware that these products are readily available, and this, both digital as well as maps can be readily made available to all people, those who need it. See, for example, sir, in the RCC website, we have put all these products, details of that. Link also has been given. Extreme rainfall, based on short range, link is given. Extended range forecast are along with the seasonal prediction. We have been making available this extended range products, which includes actually your cyclone potential, next to 2 weeks or 3 weeks, etc. Those informations are there, and even extreme rainfall, even climate change data, that also link has been given. So everybody can go to RCC website and get this link. Sir, coming back to your point you initially raised about the seasonal forecast even in the ocean region. Sir, for a purpose of given for this region, we have been preparing for the next 4 months, 3 months each seasonal outlook, even for entire South Asia, including ocean region based on CFS. So already we have taken care of forecast for the ocean region, and this probability forecast are available. And along with that, in the text format, outlook is being issued along with that. So that is one thing. So, and earlier, as you said, for climate, cyclone potential. So that also is available in the extended range. That also is being provided in the RCC. So people can go there and get the data. And regarding other products, Dr. Patnaik will explain into that. Sir, we are also have already started as a part of phase 2 of Monsoon Mission to use this dynamical products for different sectors. So that aspect also being taken care. We have already done, agriculture sector, you know already, and health sector. We are preparing bulletin, based on extended range for vector-borne diseases for Indian region. We are planning to extend that for South Asia. So people, those who are interested from other countries, they can always collaborate with us. And for hydrological purpose, basin, our river basin forecast based on extended and short range, we are already preparing. So we can extend this for entire South Asia in the next few years with the help of our neighboring countries. So I just want to summarize that all the products which are necessary are already available. Just we have to search for that. And if you can, if you write to us RCC or RSMC or IMD Delhi, you can all provide this. And we have to actually showcase how these products are useful for sectorial decision making. That can be done only with the help of sector expert. So I think that SAMA will also take more efforts to bring meteorological community and the other sectorial community together to have more open discussion. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Pai, for very elaborate and very useful information and about the products which are available, and also many of the demands which are being raised. The products are available of very to meet those requirements, and we need therefore to do some more homework on the kind of our extension arm within the community, particularly the operational forecasters, to create awareness about the product availability on seasonal and extended range forecast. And now time is running out, and I invite at the end of today's discussion our last panelist, Dr. Patnaik, who is championing the cause of extended range prediction. Dr. Patnaik, floor is yours.
Yeah. So good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. Just I will not take much time, though I have slides are there, but already many things have already been discussed. My idea is as already panelists have told, that all the products are available in extended range, and we have come all the way from 2008 onwards. We started this thing from a statistical model, and slowly through Monsoon mission we have developed, and now a operational couple modeling system is in operational in IMD and with support from IITM, and another also modeling system in UK Metabase is also on development going on in NCMW. So right now for application oriented products are available, and we have made all the provisions how these all products can be utilized by Indian community as well as the South Asian countries. So that all products are now available in our website. I can show some of these things very rapidly, just 2-3 minutes I will take here. So this is the monsoon already discussed. Interseasonal is very crucial. So this break monsoon during this year is, if you see 3 weeks in advance, it was little well predicted, and particularly the August 3 week August, if you see very active, and also in the extended range scale 3 weeks in advance, it was well predicted. So this information is, if you see very high correlation, at least for 2 weeks, we are having very significant thing, correlation for monsoon prediction. And using this thing, we are trying to use in, because development arc is going on. It will go on, and slowly development will go on. But at the same time, we have to also utilize our product for application. So that's how best we can utilize that. Also we are going. That's all these GFSC 5 service sector application sectors. We are preparing this extended product real time: agriculture, water, energy, disaster risk reduction, and human health. So to see something, yeah, this is just a let us see how. This is the observed rainfall, forecast rainfall during the active phase of monsoon. So this is the subdivision. If we can, now we have also converted into district level forecast. So on best on this thing below normal, above normal category of district, now we are able to give 2 weeks agro advisory. So now this is very good, because since the 2 weeks are very useful skill. So agriculture purpose we are using for extended range guidance on farmer sector. And this is the break condition, means weak monsoon condition. That also this is below normal. We can translate into sub-region level and district level, and we can issue on guidance product for farmer. So these products are used every week by our agromet division in Pune, and they are giving this guidance to farmer, and millions of farmers are getting this advisory online and through various platforms. And coming to this thing, another aspect is that hydrological application. We have many requirements from CWC, how the river basin, how the dam management, water management can be helpful by your extended range guidance, because sometimes it happen on seasonal rainfall and upper catchment, it gives a lot of flooding. So we also started experimentally for 10 river basin on the request of CWC, and it is we are doing verification at least 1 week, 2 weeks. It is giving good guidance, but the river basin scale are very small. So wherever the basins are big, we are getting good skill. At least 2 weeks cumulative rainfall part, we are getting that skill, and we are preparing a verification report also to supply to CWC. Then coming to the temperature, because temperature more skillful, and the power demand also increases with the increase of temperature. And as a result of this thing, if we give a good temperature forecast on extended time scale, that also power distribution and generation demand, as per the demand forecast, the POSOCO, our power agency who is responsible for distribution and generation of power, so they are taking our forecast. So we are also using this forecast for power application in power sector, as well as heat wave is already applicable for the human health sector and agriculture sector also. But in addition, the power sector is very crucial, particularly for heat wave, high temperature, and also the cold temperature. Even the cold temperature, some health aspect, there is one guidance is useful. Another thing is power demand, because when the temperature is low, already geyser, etc., everything, this room heater will start, so the power demand will increase. So accordingly, as per the forecast, they need this thing, and we have started using this forecast in the power sector also through our POSOCO partner. Then coming to disaster risk management, the flooding area, actual amount of rainfall may not be predicted in extended range with very well accuracy 15 to 20 days advance, but we can predict the active phase of monsoon. Active phase of monsoon is likely a heavy rainfall over some area well in advance, so that is well predicted. In addition to that, extended range guidance for the cyclogenesis part. The cyclogenesis part, it is giving good signal. At least now the last Thursday, when we prepared this thing, next 2 weeks it was not indicating any cyclogenesis in the month of November. So that's why that itself is information. Like last time, the Amphan cyclone, this is the week 1 and week 2. If you see here, the week 1 and week 2, it is very much indicating that there is cyclogenesis and likely northeastward movement. So that itself is information that is not going to coast the eastern coast of India. So this way, the model forecast based on the operational forecast, we are preparing this cyclogenesis product also on real time in the extended range time scale. Then coming to this most complex system is human health, because human health has some relation with the climatic parameters, no doubt about it. But how to quantify this thing is very non-linear, because there are many cycles that play a role for a given conditions at present, previous cycles also. That's why they are depending on this certain threshold. Some conducive vector-borne diseases are there, some studies are there. So we are working with the health professionals to come out, narrow down that product and the Tmax, Tmean, how the relative humidity, the threshold, and based on that thing, we are giving some health guidance, and that guidance is prepared by our CRS Pune office. So health sectors, it is being disseminated to all state health department. So they are using that one. Then all these products are available in our website in a very proper manner. So anybody from India as well as for the all South Asian country, we have made all these products available in the real time. If you see here, this is our NWP page, and today I created this link here. This is the South Asian severe weather product South Asia. So here, if you go to NWP page, there is short range product are there for different zone and different countries of South Asia, and medium range, the global model, that is 12 kilometer resolutions products are there. In extended range, all the series of products, whatever I am showing here, the week level forecast, 4 week forecast, ABFR forecast, then again here the cyclogenesis forecast, MGO forecast, and South Asia product for South Asia also there is separate link there, severe weather product, and then weekly PowerPoint. So all the documentation, so it is well documented here. And since it is now we are giving this password protected, this and all detailed product. The common product of IMD are having limited number, but detail if somebody wants from South Asian country, yeah, they can use here. And if you go to click here, you will get separately customized product for South Asian region. So if you click the South Asia, this short range related, medium range related, extended range related, all these customized products, severe weather, cyclogenesis, heavy rainfall, these products are available, and you can visit all this our site. And short range, in this short range also, if you see short range, the different sectors are there to zoom all the countries, because the South Asian countries are smaller countries. So we have separate sectors. We are preparing the product, and all meteograms also you can see there are many meteograms are there beside Indian stations. So any EPS gram you can select here, and you can get the meteogram, daily meteograms also here. So if you go to the South Asia link of NWP page, you will get all these products and detailed meteograms product. And yes, this is the for this eastern sectors. You can see for Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and here for Sri Lanka. So along with these things, so products are available. And already this I have shown severe weather, separate links are there here. Severe weather, temperature, and this is the heavy rainfall. Rainfall forecast expected to be more than 20%, which are the area. So we are customized it. Then cyclogenesis already I have shown, heat wave type, cold wave type. So these thresholds are already prepared, and I will suggest, since already username passwords are provided to all members country, they should visit, and whatever requirement is there, we can prepare more. And if we get some additional information from the neighboring country, then we can also develop some statistical dynamical forecast product using the NWP products output along with the observations from the concerned thing. We can develop some empirical thing, and the statistical dynamical, that is called, that also product can be generated. And so our idea is to since we have come all the way for a good operational ERF system in place, along with short and medium, high resolution and seasonal forecast are there. So we have to maximize our utilization, and along with development work will go on IITM, and they are working to further improve this thing. And our idea is to how this product can be utilized by all the members country of South Asian region for all sectoral application in a best possible manner. Thank you very much, sir. Just to highlight all this thing in a very
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for elaborating on the products being generated by IMD and inviting a member to use that. Thank all the panelists for really giving, underlining the various aspects and particularly aspects related to extreme weather events, the ERF skill improvement over Himalaya region, then skill improvement of Northeast monsoon region, sectorial applications, and so on and so forth. And since Dr. Patnaik mentioned and he showed also that there are products available to meet most of our current requirement, of course, the skill improvement is always an ongoing process. The first thing which comes to my mind is that we really need to reach out to our operational forecasters, both on the products availability and application of these products to various sectors. And for that, SAMA can consider organizing web workshop exclusively on this task. SAMA can also consider setting up SAMA working groups on sectorial applications. For example, agriculture, a separate working group, power, a separate working group, health, a separate working group, and so also a different separate working group on disaster risk reduction. But most importantly, since the products are already available and their usage is which we could adjust through today's presentation is limited, the first thing which is required to be done is the verification of these extended range forecasts by different countries themselves. That is very important to develop the confidence. So we really need to work on as to how we can verify the ERF generated over the South Asian region and for the entire region. The verification has to be done country specific using the same methodology. And therefore, the onus lies on Dr. Patnaik to prepare the methodology, data set needs, and the format in which it has to be the end result of the verification to be presented. And having done that, we can again discuss these aspects, and we can really then build up confidence as to develop other applications. So first phase is verification, which is very important, and then integrate over the South Asian region. I think I conclude, and before I conclude, I can see DGPMD is still there. And since Dr. Qamar Jaman is not there, and I would really appreciate if you can make a small brief remark on the theme of way forward. Over to you.
To me,
yes.
You invite me. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sab, and I'm really very grateful for this initiative that has been taken on this very, very important issues, because you know that the regional, the seasonal forecast, they play a very, very important role. Definitely day by day and medium range, short range. So they all play very important role. But as for the seasonal forecast and long range forecast is concerned, so play very, very, because what's the plan as to develop on that. So that's depend upon this long range forecast, which we call seasonal forecast. If the people, they are demanding practically, since we are working in a operational areas and practically, so they all are demanding that we need some impact type forecast and long forecast. For example, if I'm growing a crop in agriculture sector, so they say that I need the forecast from where I'm seeding and then to prepare the land for the crop, and then up to the end of the crop, to the cultivation of the crop. Similarly, other sectors are demanding that for the full period of that. So that's fulfilled by this forecast for which the SASCOF they are initiating. And as I said, that there is it's improved much more when we regularly seeing looking that from beginning until to now, and now this year. So that improved much more. I really appreciate that. But there is it still needs some further steps are required to be make it impact based, that the people in real sense may be benefited from that. So that's why my second was the product that has been shown from the IMD and other areas. So that's really very appreciable in this form. I want that it may such a practice may be likely to be continued, that the regional, because the weather that's depend upon not only in a single country, but that the region. When I know that in like the monsoon activity, where it was strong, where it was weak, and where it was moderate. So this is the best, and this is the best forum for that. So this, I don't want to take much more time, because already there is a lot of time, short of time. So with this, I really congratulate, thanks to all your supportable and manageable, and that has managed this web sites program and this seminar workshop. So I really appreciate. So from my side, on behalf of Pakistan, I appreciate this thing, and we hope that it will likely to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. And with this, I thank Dr. Das, Dr. Tyagi. And just to share with you the latest health bulletin, Dr. Tyagi is under observations, but he's fine. but he has been advised not to take the extra load, and he's under observation. So everything should be perfect, no issues. I thought I must share with all of you. And with this, on behalf of all the panelists, we thank Dr. Das and organizers for this wonderful discussion we have had in last 1 hour or so. Over to you, Dr. Someshwar Das. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rathore Saab, for very nicely conducting this panel discussion session and also highlighting very, very important points that are required for the South Asian region. Although I know that we are running short of time, but in the beginning we had promised that there will be no questions asked during the presentation, and we shall take up the questions at the end. And as you know, our program is being watched live on the YouTube, so there are some questions raised by some of the audiences. I'll not allow many questions, but just 2 questions if you can permit me. I will just take up 2 questions now from the audience who have raised this from the YouTube live channel. Can we go ahead with the 2 questions? I think we can go ahead. Also. Yes. Yeah, good. Thank you. The first question is to Dr. Mannan. Abdul Mannan, are you there from Bangladesh?
Yes, I am here, sir. I am here, sir.
Yeah, this question is to you from Mr. Nissan Biswas, and his question is that how much was the lead time when the precipitation forecasted in the northeastern region of Bangladesh? Your answer, please.
Yeah, thank you. In context of seasonal forecasting, actually, we are providing forecast well ahead of time. That is 1 month lead time. And in the case of 3 months forecast, that is also we are providing 1 month lead time. Like seasonal forecast, we are also providing sufficient lead time for sectoral management aspect. That is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mannan. The second question I would like to take is from Dr. D. Rajan from NCMRWF. His question is that the monsoon this year was above normal, but there was no monsoon depression. So can somebody, because he has not addressed this question to anybody in particular, so this question is open to all. Anybody can take up this question.
I can comment on that, sir. Actually, even though there is no monsoon depression, but there are 12 low pressure system. In that 1 or 2 or 3 well-marked low pressure system also formed. This helps to get more rainfall during the southwest monsoon season.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Srijit. And we don't have much time left for taking up other questions. So we move on to the next item, and that is concluding remark. I have requested Professor Suresh Raj Chalise from Nepal to deliver the concluding remark. Professor Chalise is the senior most meteorologist in Nepal. Actually, he is my guru. He taught me the ABC of meteorology when I started my graduation in Nepal. He established the Department of Meteorology in Tribhuvan University way back in 1973. And I was one of his fortunate students. He worked at many senior positions in Nepal, including, I think his last position was at EC mode. He contributed a lot in EC mode before taking up his retirement life. So thank you, Professor Chalise, for agreeing to give the concluding remark at a very short notice, and I hand over to you. Your mic is mute, so kindly unmute your mic, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. We can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Someshwar Das. I'm extremely grateful to you and to Professor Tyagi. Unfortunately, I heard that he is sick. Give him I pray for his quick recovery, speedy recovery. Thank you very much. In fact, it was a great learning and very enjoyable opportunity for me to attend this webinar, and I'm honored to give this concluding remark. I think as the time is very limited, I will be very short. I will not go through what I had previously intended. But what I see here is that SAMA is doing a very, very useful work, bringing the scientists from the region, encouraging cooperation and exchange of at least knowledge. Even here, that we saw very much that what are the problems now was elaborated by some, and at the same time there are so many products available already. So what I see is, for me particularly, it was a bit not nostalgic, because I was a student in Pune and IITM was just established. I'm meeting Dr. Pisaroti that time, and those sort of things, and IMD in the initial, not initial, I mean, much older than me, but those days in the 60s and 70s and early 80s. So from there, we have moved quite a lot. But the main thing is South Asia for climate or meteorological forecast is a big challenge. It is really a big challenge, but at the same time, a lot of work are being done. And I was very happy to learn about this 10 years of SASCOF experiment, which has been going on, and that many people have benefited. And the most useful thing that I see is many scientists from the region are working with and developing models by themselves, which might be more useful for their own countries and also for the region. So it is complementary as well as more specific. At the same time, even ICIMOD, when during my time at ICIMOD, it was not possible to devote so much of time for climate science. But now I see that, they are also involved in it. So SAMA has organized a very, very good webinar. Thank you very much. And my suggestion is, I will not go into individual sort of thing because the time is almost now close to already 2:30, so close to 3. So I would strongly suggest that SAMA take as a next sort of step to verify which was emphasized by Dr. Rathore also, verify the models that are available, that have been developed by AMD by various countries, as also by various sectors, because various sectors, including private sectors, as was elaborated by Dr. Patnaik, in his slide, how they are developing for various sectors. So I think the next dialogue should be between these, the countries to verify these models, as well as immediately for the various users for various sectors and available models. I think that will be a great dialogue and great way forward for us. And South Asia is in fact a very, as monsoon is unique, as Dr. Mahapatra had earlier said, every monsoon is unique, and we have a very complex sort of landscape in South Asia. So therefore, the mountains are still, as you had also mentioned, they always challenge the models that are available. We have to develop more, refine all these things. So there are a lot of work, but many things have been already achieved. Very encouraging things. And this is something which I learned, and I think it was very useful, I am sure, for all the participants. Thank you very much. I think we'll be looking forward to SAMA's more useful, similar webinars in the days to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Thalisi, sir, for the concluding remark. Now we have almost come to the end of this program, and I have a pleasant task to deliver the vote of thanks. Sama is just about 2 months old baby. It was started on 3rd of August this year, and we are conducting this second major program through Sama. The first program was on Ozone Day celebration on 16th of September, and we were very happy to see that we could contact more than 22,000 students of South Asia from different countries, 22,000 students, and made them aware about the ozone, importance of the ozones. And that is all despite having hardly any resources. I mean, Sama doesn't have any resource so far. We are gradually trying to establish increasing the members. We have about 125 members so far of this Sama, from including all the countries, and we're trying to increase the membership of the Sama slowly. We're also trying to increase the resources. We have to register this organization properly. Constitution has been drafted thanks to some of our very active members. And once it is drafted, finally, it will be circulated to all the advisory committee members for their approval. And then after that, we will also gradually, simultaneously, we will also register the Sama officially. So I would like to thank many people, in particular, Dr. Tyagi Saab, who is the chairman of the Sama, for conceiving this idea to have this Monsoon 2020 webinar versus the SASCOF forecast outlooks. Unfortunately, he could not attend, and we really miss him very much. But he is the catalytic force behind this event. We thank him very much. Would like to thank all the advisory committee members, in particular Dr. Rathore Saab. His presence always is very inspiring to us. His presence is also giving us the strength to conduct the programs, and we would like to thank him very much. In fact, he himself is so busy, and we have taken almost half of his day, but I tell you that the next half of his day he is engaged in another very important conference on the occasion of today is actually 7th of November, and also is the birthday of Sir C.V. Raman. Some of you may be knowing Sir C.V. Raman was the first Nobel laureate in physics from undivided India in 1930, I think, way back in 1930. He discovered the Raman's effect, and today is his birthday. So there are many programs going on in India to celebrate Sir C.V. Raman's birthday. And Dr. Rathore is engaged in second half of the day in participating in that program, despite his own health issues. Actually, I tell you, Dr. Rathore was not well just last week, and I was just wondering, praying the God, crossing my fingers that whether he will be able to participate. So thank you very much, Dr. Rathore, for participating in this program and encouraging us, inspiring us. I'd like to thank Dr. Ghulam Rasool Sahab for making a special presentation on the perspective of the monsoon over the mountainous region. It's a very important topic which Dr. Ghulam Rasool Sahab from EC board has taken up. By the way, you may be knowing that this year the Indian Meteorological Society is a theme of the annual conference called the TropMet, which will be held in December, is the, I think, mountain weather forecasting. Dr. Patnaik, if I am...
Yes, sir.
Exactly,
Yeah,
So,
I can, just 1 minute, I can tell something about that also, if you say.
Okay, and quickly just share.
So what, because since many requests have come, so still we are accepting the abstract. Till 12th of this month we'll accept the abstract, so I can send a mail to everybody. And the South Asian country, they were finding difficulty for registration fees. So now we are not taking any registration fee for submission of abstract. So let them submit the abstract till 12th of this month. So I will send a mail to everybody today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Patnaik. And as I said, no, this year's conference, DropMate 2020, is especially for the mountain weather forecasting. So all of you are requested to submit papers and also encourage the younger generation to submit papers for this conference. I would like to thank Dr. Archana Shrestha, the Deputy Director General of Meteorology of the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, Government of Nepal, for agreeing to be a part of the panel member in a very last moment. Actually, I requested her one yesterday after Dr. Madan Lal Shrestha informed me that no, he will not be able to participate in this panel discussion because of his health issue. So I requested Dr. Archana Shrestha whether she can participate on behalf of Dr. Madan Lal Shrestha, and she very kindly agreed at a very, very short notice. So I thank you, Dr. Archana, for participating in the panel discussion. I would like to thank all the members of our executive support team. You know, as I said, someone doesn't have any office at present, and all that, these activities that we are managing is from the support of some of the very, very dedicated, enthusiastic, active members of SAMA. And I thank them all for their support and contributions to make this program happen, to make this program successful. In particular, I would like to thank Professor Lakshmi Kumar of SRM, Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Professor Raju from Amity University, Dr. Mohan Kumar Das from Noami, Bangladesh, Dr. Swagata Paira from BIT, Jaipur campus. So they are our backbones, who have supported us and worked day and night to make this happen. Because in this age of electronic conferences, there are so many hiccups that can occur anytime, and then there were the people working behind to successfully connect this Zoom with the YouTube channel to broadcast it live. So thank you all very much for your support to make this program happen.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so much. Then, well, I think we have almost covered all the points. I would like to, I think, say at the end, thanks to the Central University of Rajasthan for providing this Zoom facility, because we don't have a licensed Zoom yet in Sama. And we were just trying to find out someone who could provide us this Zoom facility to hold this webinar. And I thank the Central University of Rajasthan for providing the Zoom facility to conduct this program. So with this, we have come to an end, and I thank you all very much. Unfortunately, in this kind of webinar, we don't have provision to offer you a coffee. There is no coffee break that we can offer you, nor we can offer you any lunch during this e-conferences. So thank you very much for bearing with us. And
Sir, we can thank YouTube watchers.
And also all the YouTube watchers.
Thank you, Dr. Das. Thank you very much. Yeah. And maybe we will be waiting for tea in next time when we'll meet face to face. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Finally, big hand for our host, Professor Das.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Das, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Das. You are so active, and the energy of your whole organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we close this program by your permission.
Thank you, Professor, and please convey my, best regards to Dr. Tyagi and speedy recovery to him.
No, thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
It was wonderful. Thank you.
Please enjoy your lunch at your home.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we can leave the meeting, sir. No?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Raju.
ta nha quý vị.